onboarding, they have done all the organizing, they have not only just taken time out to do this, but still done their normal job of helping all of us on a daily basis, which is massive, to say the least. So if I could please ask you to raise the roof for Chris and Lucinda. So a massive congrats. Your dream has finally come true. Keep pushing. You guys have paved the way for us. And we couldn't have done it without you. Because you have essayed it for us. So Chris also just wants to say a few words before we open. Guys, a big round of applause again for the two of them.
Good morning, South Africa.
Good morning!
You know, what you can imagine in your mind, you can make reality. And yesterday was exactly 18 months ago that I put my first patch onto the back of my neck. 18 months ago. And here we are today. It's been a journey. People thought we were absolutely crazy. I'm going to tell a story about a shoe company that manufactures footwear, shoes, sandals, that type of thing. About 10 years ago, this company wanted to open up into a different territory. And what they did was they wanted to go do some research first to find out if there is a market for this product. And what they did was they sent 2 salespeople to this country. And what they did was they did all the research and they sent the salespeople there for a month. And they put the one person in an area for 2 weeks, another person in an area for 2 weeks. And what they did was they did all the research, they came back to the office to find out should they open up. And what they did was they called the first salesperson in and said, give us your survey, let us know what do you think, should we open up? And the first salesperson said, don't even think about it, you're wasting your time, you're wasting your money, don't open there. So they asked the person why. He said, nobody wears shoes. So they thought, right, that's quite interesting. So what they did was, they called the second salesperson in to ask him for his feedback and his survey. And he said, oh my hat. How quickly can I get there? I'll help you open the office. Let's do this. There's a huge market in this country. We need to open up. And they said to the guy, why? He said, nobody wears shoes. There we go. Now, in starting off, I'm a black sheep. I've always been a black sheep since I've been this big. I always knew I was different. I didn't fit in. Is there anybody else here that doesn't quite fit in? Hands up, any black sheep? Black sheep? The different ones in the family? The ones that the family used to say to you, you're not quite normal? Normal is overrated. Who wants to be normal? Hello? I think we should call this conference the Gathering of the Black Sheep. As you know. I've got goosebumps. Your vibe attracts your tribe. Yes. Like-minded, like-hearted people all coming together at this crucial point. But how did I get here? When did my journey start? My journey, well, how did I get to be standing here today on the 25th of May, 2024? It all started on the 26th of October, 1998. There's a couple of people sitting in this room this morning that were with me 27 years ago on this journey. You know what happened on the 26th of October 1998? I was driving home from work, I was climbing the corporate ladder, I used to live in Midrand. The company I worked for was in Mongolia, and I used to drive past Kyalami racetrack. And there was a little signboard on the side of the road, on the side of a building that said oral spray vitamins. Curiosity got the better of me. There we go. One of the hands up. Another hand. There's Henny. Henny, my brother. There's Henny. Walked this journey with me. A couple of people here. And I walked in and I said, what's this all about? They told me about it. Long story short, they showed me my first network marketing compensation plan. You know when you see something that you cannot unsee in your life again? That was a turning point for me. I thought the whole world should work like this. Guys, I was 22 years old. 22 years old, wet behind the ears, I saw this compensation plan, and I thought this is the eighth wonder of the world. And what I did was, I just started sharing with people. At the age of 22, didn't know what I was doing. I was literally ignorance on fire. And in a short time frame, within 3 years, I built the biggest team ever outside of America. And at that stage, we didn't have the technology we have today. We didn't have Zooms, we didn't have PowerPoint presentations. Guys, I come from old school, drawing on boards, clipboards, and circles. Henny, who's sitting over here, Henny has the biggest part of my team. I had 5,000 people in that team in 1998, 1999, and the year 2000. In the year 2000, look at this is June 2020, where I'm giving my age away because we still had checks. That's how we got our commissions, in the form of a check. That says there's 32,500 rand a month. That was my commission check that I earned. That was my average income, 30 grand a month in the year 2000. That was 24 years ago. You can just imagine the difference, working out the billionaire. I wouldn't say billionaire. Be with an F. Keep it in million. But this is where I saw what the industry can give you. So what happened is the owner of that company passed away. Long story short, the company closed down. From there, I went into direct sales. I did that for 10 years. I worked for a security company in South Africa, one of the top 300 companies. I loved what I did. I broke every sales record that they had. It was my passion for people. I love working with people. Anybody that knows me knows that. This is my passion. And what I found with sales is I was working as commission only, so I was unemployed until I made the next sale. So you have to start from zero every single month. And I've been looking to get back into the network marketing industry for 2 decades, but nothing got my attention. Nothing got my attention. Listen, people were showing me all different things. They just went over my head. From there, in 2010, my life completely turned around. This is when I was working for the security company. In 2010, in January, it was my little brother's bachelor's party. Now, my mom got divorced when I was 9, myself, the eldest of 3 boys, and it was my little brother's wedding, and we went to his bachelor's party the week before, and what happened was they put a weight around his leg, like a little cement ball, like you're carrying the ball and chain with you. And I put my brother's bed, as we do, we drink like anything, the bachelor's party. And put him to bed, 3 o'clock in the morning, they woke me up and said, Chris, you better come downstairs, there's been an accident. I walked downstairs, and there was my brother dead, next to the swimming pool. My brother had passed away. He drowned at his bachelor's party. Wow. My life completely fell into a spiral. I hit the alcohol like you have no idea. I became a full-blown alcoholic. On the 10th of May 2010, I booked myself into rehab. And I did 21 days in rehab. After rehab, I joined the 12-step program, Alcoholics Anonymous. I did 90 meetings in 90 days. And people asked me, Chris, where do you get the discipline to do meeting after meeting after meeting? I learned how to do it because of the 12-step AA program. They said to drink is to die. You want to live? You go to a meeting every single day, from 8 o'clock in the evening till 9 o'clock. You're not allowed to miss a day for 90 days. I did it. I did 90 meetings in 90 days. It was a true addict nature. I did another 1990. Straight after that, In that year, I did 362 meetings in 365 days. I missed 3 meetings in a year. 3 meetings I missed. I think it was Christmas, New Year's, and something else.
Sure.
Why am I telling you the story?
Discipline.
It was a discipline. Because of discipline. You don't get to the top of anything without having structure, consistency, and discipline. So thereafter, I reintegrated back into the world. I started my own children's toy company, but let me tell you how that started. I was 18 months sober. Myself, my kids, my ex-wife, we had an armed robbery. I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning. A lot of people in the bedroom got tied up. My feet were tied up, my arms were tied up. Woke my kids up, tied my kids' hands and feet up. My ex-wife tied up for 3.5 hours. It looked like a furniture removal company had cleaned us out. And they took the pillows out of the pillowcases and put the pillowcases over my kids' heads. Put the pillowcases over my ex-wife's head. Turned me around, put the gun at my head, told me to open my eyes. I opened my eyes and he pulled the trigger. The gun jammed. The gun jammed. I'm sure you've heard the story, your life flashes in front of your eyes. Your life flashes in front of your eyes. In slow motion. It's the weirdest thing, I don't know how to explain it.
Sure.
That was a turning point for me. I even took my children's toys. Oh, but before that, what it taught me is detachment from materialistic items, materialism. I got completely detached.
Wow.
Because I lost everything, completely cleaned out. Completely cleaned out. And what happened was, they stole all my children's toys, and I had a little suitcase in my garage, which I had toys from the 1980s. This little toy car that you blew the back of it. My kids played with this little car. The whole weekend, my daughter comes to me on the Sunday night and says, "Daddy, when are you going to buy one for me?" I said, "My baby, they don't make them anymore." She looks at me and says, "Daddy, why don't you make them?" They came from my daughter. And I turned the business from working in a garage for 2 years at home. I turned it into an international children's toy brand that I was supplying my product to over 40 countries around the world, but it took me 10 years to get there. 10 years. And I had my turning point. Any entrepreneurs in the room? It's no walk in the park, let me tell you. It's hard work to get a business going. And for 10 years, I was just keeping my head above water. And then in 2019, I had the tipping point. At the end of 2019, I received a purchase order from my customer in Germany. I had to email him back and ask him if he put an extra 0 by accident. Because that was like not a payday. I had the tipping point. And guess what happened at the end of 2019? COVID kicked in. I lost my company, I lost my business. I lost my dignity, I lost my pride. I was broke, busted, and disgusted. My whole life just went kaboom.
Boom.
Then from there, put my money into an online crypto scam, beginning with an M. I'll just leave it there, that's a big swear word. I got wiped off the face of the earth financially. Then I got into like a global stockfell, trying to make money, working my butt off, working 14, 16 hours a day, not earning money. And it was in October 2022. Isn't it quite funny? I was exposed to network marketing in October 1998. 24 years to the month. That's when George, you guys all know George from Spain, saw me on the Zoom call. And I didn't look good, guys. Any of you guys that know me from 18 months ago? I was grey. My face was grey, black rings under my eyes. And George sends me a message, a text message, while I'm on a Zoom. George sends me a message and goes, "Hey Chris, you look like shit." What? Thought my goodness, I said, thank you for the compliment. He said, oh, I didn't mean to offend you. Chris, you don't look good. But guess what? He got my attention. I'm not saying that this is how you need to start sending this. But he got my attention. And you guys know the story. It took George 21 messages before he got my attention. And yeah, I decided what do I have to lose? I patched myself. 5 days later, my life turned around. The most amazing clarity of thinking. My brain fog lifted that I had for months. Lifted. I patched my mom. You guys know the story of my mom. I turned her life around. And that's when I put my head down. And you know what I did, guys? I went back to basics. I got my pen out and a good old-fashioned exam pad, and I made a good old-fashioned name list. And I just started talking to people. Was it easy in the beginning? No, it wasn't easy in the beginning. Did I get rejection? Oh, yes. I get people saying to me, Chris, you're lucky. People don't say no to you. Really? I've had people telling me to shove the patches up my ass. Hello? I've had people blocking me. Really? Oh my head. Guys, I personally, 2 days ago, I signed up my 52nd person, okay? It's 2.6 people a month, right? Which has turned into just over 5,000 people as of last week. But did I get rejection? Guys, me to sign up 52 people, I didn't talk to 52. I spoke to 500 people to get 52. That's the difference. Did I get rejection? Yes, I did. The people that said no to me, do they pay my bills? No. Hell no. Where I'm sitting right now, as the top rank in the company, senior presidential director as of last month. Do I think about those people that said no to me? Not a chance. No. Definitely not. But that's part of the journey, which we're going to be talking about in detail today. Part of the process. Having no expectations on the outcome. Because it's all about people's own perceptions. All about people's perceptions and where they're at. I love the saying by Dr. Wayne Dyer. He's one of my favorite authors in the world. Dr. Wayne Dyer says the highest form of ignorance is when you reject something that you know nothing about. Don't you just love the peanut gallery? To share information, people come back to you and become a researcher. They know everything about LifeWave patches. I sit back and say, you know what, company's been on for 20 years. 20 years and 150 plus patents. Did David Schmidt get rejected? Imagine what this man went through to ridicule in the beginning. He's paved the way for us. I'm going to play a very quick 2-minute video clip with David Schmidt. I'd love to.
It is an absolute blessing and a gift that LifeWave has not only survived as a company these past 20 years, but thrived and grown as well. From our humble beginnings in a small home office in Beaufort, Georgia, to multiple offices in the United States, Ireland, Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, and South Korea, LifeWave has reached millions of people, bringing the gift of healing with light. LifeWave is a story that it should inspire all of us for the purpose of bringing out the greatness that resides inside each one of us. My dream to heal people with light was originally met with ridicule and skepticism. Yet, here we are today, manufacturing more than 20 million patches each and every month. I would like you to remember that when thinking about your own dreams, for with enough patience, perseverance, persistence, you can accomplish tomorrow what seems impossible today. Over the last 20 years, we have evolved as a business, and I am more excited about the future than ever before. LifeWave today is a health technology company, but as we continue to innovate and expand, we will unveil solutions to some of the most important challenges we face in everyday life. These new inventions and products will empower you to have a better life and freedom to live the life you want to. Thank you for being a part of the LifeWave community, and may God bless you and guide you on your own journey, living long and living well.
Of highly effective people by Dr. Stephen Covey, right? This isn't a book about tips and tricks and techniques about effectiveness. This is a time-tested guide to building character. Now, we could not hope, and I actually feel emotional, for a more powerful testimony to character than the one that Chris has shared with us this morning. So yes, another round of applause for Chris. Thank you, Chris. That's all about character. And character alone gives us the energy, the know-how, and the courage to pursue any opportunity that we set our sights on, as well as the ability to prevail over any challenges that arise. Because character is a composite of our habits. Now, habits are nothing more than the consistent and often unconscious patterns that express our character and in turn produce our effectiveness or our ineffectiveness. So we really want to think about what Aristotle says. We are what we repeatedly do, right? We are what we repeatedly do. So in our habits lies the key to self-mastery. In our habits, we hold in our hands the ability to become the creative force in our lives. So let's take a look at Stephen Covey's 7 habits of highly effective people. Now, the first habit is probably the most important one, and that is be proactive. When we talk about proactivity, very often we get caught up in writing our own destiny. When we become proactive, this is actually our response to the things that we have control over. I've lost my clicker, sorry. You know, this is 2 young guys written an exam at school. They both failed. One will say, our teacher is no good. The other one will say, I could have worked a little bit harder. I've only got myself to blame. So the key here is act or be acted upon. Focus on what you can control and take responsibility. Habit 2, begin with the end in mind, is all about writing your life story. What do you want for yourself in life? And where do you want to be in 5 quadrants? These things are both urgent and important. They demand our immediate attention, and we need to drop what we're doing and we need to attend to them. We can't spend a long time in quadrant 1 because really these are the firefighting daily things that we need to tick off or delegate quickly. Where we want to spend the majority of our time as effective people is in quadrant 2. Quadrant 2 activities are activities that are not urgent, but they are important. Those are the activities that allow us to do the critical planning and achieve the outcomes that are of importance to moving us towards the goals that we have set. We spend far too much time in quadrants 3 and 4 because these are interdependence, where we actually are working synergistically with others around us. Habit 4, think win-win, is all about working with an abundance mentality, approaching our interactions with a way that gives us an opportunity for mutual benefit. And in LifeWave, it is all about win-win, because as we are sharing this opportunity with others, we too are benefiting from them becoming part of the LifeWave family. And we're seeing the incredible enhancement in their lives and their well-being, as well as their ability to become part of this wonderful family around the world. But that win-win mentality requires an abundance mindset. I love to think of the beautiful win-win where I, for example, present here in Bryanston at Jan's beautiful home. And Jan does a beautiful tea and she hosts us all and she takes care of all of that so that I can take care of the presentation. And it's a beautiful win-win. We're not even on the same downlines and we love it. It's just wonderful to be able to have that approach. It's a win-win mindset. We do it. How often do we forget to listen? Let's just listen first to what actually needs to be heard. Seeking first to understand changes the outcome of our interactions. Stephen Covey talks about climbing onto a bus and seeing a whole lot of disruption going on. 3 children behaving so badly, one of them crying, the other one very aggressive, the other one, just behaving badly. And he goes up to the father of these children and he says, "Your kids are disturbing everyone on the bus. Could you not get them under control?" And the dad looks at him and he says, "I'm so sorry, my wife has just passed away and I don't know what to do." What happened in that moment is that any irritation, any anger towards this man turned into compassion immediately, sympathy, kindness. So when we seek first to understand, it changes our response to that situation. Then we have habit 6, which is all about synergy. This is about celebrating our differences and actually making them the strength amongst us. None of us have the same, importantly reminded with habit 7 about the sustainability of what we do, because habit 7 is sharpen the saw. Now, have you ever been too busy driving to stop and put petrol in? That's happened to me. When we forget to sharpen the saw, we actually forget about our own self-preservation. And what's important to remember is that you are the goose. You are the goose that lays the golden egg. So if you don't look after the goose, it's not going to be.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexandre Noël, and I am the EMEA Field Relation and Development Manager for LifeWave. I'm really, really excited to let you this video. I know that you are all actually in the meeting room with Chris Satting and Lucinda Campbell, amazing leader. Again, a lot of congratulations for what you are doing with your team in South Africa. I'm taking this moment to give you a lot of good news regarding LifeWave in the market, but for sure later on with a focus on South Africa. So first of all, again, I'm really pleased to be present and to be part of this amazing event that you have actually in South Africa. And I will give you, let's say again, an overview about what is happening here for the EMEA market. So on my side, I joined LifeWave in 2022, in August 2022. 2022, and we were only 3 people. I mean, in terms of corporate to support the network and the field. And again, we are living a momentum, guys. We are living a momentum because of our technology, our product, and our marketing plan. And you will see what is happening actually in the market. But first of all, I would like to share with you and to present you the EMEA corporate team. So first of all, I would like to introduce you Claudia Artonek, who is our Vice President of Sales. We have Sarah Foscaro and Emma Pine, who are our European Sales and Marketing Coordinator. Tina Creamer, who is our European Event Manager. Vali Werf, who is our Sales Manager for German-speaking country. Jan Schmidt, who is our European Marketing Manager. And Marco Mongia, who is our Sales Manager of Italy. So again, as you could see, we have now an important and big team to support the market. We are able to support the global EMEA market, and our job is really to give you the best tools, best trainings, the best support as we could offer. And for sure, we work in a close relation with every SPDs in this market. And regarding your case, I'm really glad to say that it's a real pleasure to work with Chris Hatting and Lucinda Campbell. They are amazing leaders. I'm working with them since almost 6-7 months now, and they are really, really professional. And again, I would like to congratulate both of you for your new rank of SPD, guys. You did, again, an amazing job. So following that, let's check a little what is happening in terms of sales regarding our market. So I'm talking more about the EMEA turnover, and I will have a focus later on South Africa. So as I was saying, since 2022, a lot of things have changed. We had a growth between 2022 and 2023 in terms of sales, guys, above 66%. We were already living a momentum in, let's say this one, in 2023. But as you could see on this graph, we are still pushing and we are still growing. April 2024 was an amazing month. We had, if we make the comparison, we had a growth of 100% between April 2023 and April 2024. And why? Why? Because we have an amazing product. We have an amazing product, an amazing technology, and an amazing, let's say, system. You know, multi-level marketing industry is a really powerful industry. And as you could see, we are now living a real and strong momentum for, let's say this one, the EMEA market. But again, we are a multi-level marketing company. So that means that for our growth, we need to touch and connect ourselves with more people. And you will see on the next slide that in terms of enrollment, we have an amazing dynamic as well. Just for let you know, between 2022 and 2023, we have a growth in terms of enrollment above 107%. And we are still pushing so many newcomers in the global wave, so for the EMEA market. But as you could see, since December, sorry for the French accent, guys, but since December 2023, we have an important growth in terms of enrollment. Again, we are living a momentum. LifeWave will be one of the main actors in terms of multi-level marketing, let's say company. I'm quite sure for the EMEA market for the following month and following years. But guys, I talked a lot about the global situation. Let's have a look now on South Africa. And here we go. As you could see, you have the graph line between 2023 and May 2024. And we still have time for May because I'm recording so the 24th of May. But as you could see, you are making an amazing job. Something is happening in South Africa. And if I take, for example, in terms of sales, January to April, and I'm making the comparison between 2023 and 2024, we have an increase, ladies and gentlemen, of 258% on sales. It's amazing, and I'm sure it is again just the beginning of this successful story. And again, it is linked for sure about how many people join, how many people are consuming our product and developing their network. And here you have an overview about the enrollment in South Africa. So again, you have visibility between January to April 2024, and we have an increase in terms of enrollment. If I take, for example, January to April, and I make the comparison between 2023 and 2024, ladies and gentlemen, it is a big news for you, but we have an increase of 230%. It's amazing. And for your information, South Africa is now in the top 5 countries for the EMEA market. So again, I'm so excited for you guys. We have, again, a big momentum in South Africa, so many new managers, directors, and for sure, SPDs. And again, a lot of congratulations to all of you.
There's a quote I heard that sums it up perfectly. If you run from the work, you may as well hide from the money too. Money, success, progress, none of it comes without work. Repeat after me. I have what it takes, but it's going to take everything I have. I have what it takes, but it's going to take everything I have. Whatever you want is on the other side of work. Everything you have. That's what it is going to take. These days, most people aren't willing to put in even half of what they have. Everything. What's that? Most people will never know. Most people will never know the feeling of earning something great. Most people will never know that feeling of deep pride, knowing you are self-made. Are you different? Are you different to most people? Money, success, progress, none of it comes without work. If you can get to that place, if you can become that person that is willing to do anything to get the life you want, I promise you, anything you want, you can have. You have to be willing to earn the life you want. That's the only way you're gonna get it. You have to level up mentally before you can level up financially. This life is like a video game. If you want to get to the next level, you need to level up yourself. You need to level up your knowledge, your skills, your confidence, your expectations. In other words, if you want better, you must get better. Everyone tries to skip that part. They just want the success, the money, the rewards, but the work they run from, the struggle. They quit when that shows up. Do the work, push through the struggle, then you will get your rewards. Struggle makes you stronger. You might not like it in the moment. You don't have to. Push through it. No energy? Find some. Push through it. No excuses. Can't see a way out? Do something. Build some momentum. No excuses. No one believes in you? Believe in yourself. Do something that builds your belief. No excuses. You can do this, but it will take everything you have. Everything you have. That's what it is going to take. Are you prepared to give everything you have?
One bulb at a time. Thanks, Bridget. So, the power of one. Okay, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a mom, of course. So, life is hectic with kids, must be honest. I used to be in corporate finance for 14 years and I have been self-employed since 2015. If anybody asks what I do, I go, I'm unemployed. Then nobody asks what you do, nobody cares about your status, they just think, oh, she's a stay-at-home housewife mom. How nice, takes the pressure off. So I've been doing networking probably since 2015. I quit my corporate job. I was working 11 hours a day. And then I decided I'm going home and I'm going to make a difference in my children's lives. And that's exactly what I've done since 2015. I'm there every single day. I moan about it every day. Ask Brandon. I don't have time. Or Sandy asked her, what are you doing? I don't have time. And she said to me, P, quit the BS. She said to me, do you have 15 minutes a day? And I said yes. Because every single one of us sitting here has 15 minutes a day. Whether it's you sitting on the loo, going through Facebook, whether it's you sitting on the loo reading a book, whether it's you sitting in the car waiting for your kids in front of the school, whether it's you sitting in traffic on your way to work, whether it's you sitting for 3 hours in front of the TV at night, but I don't have time, right? Okay, we don't have time. So 15 minutes a day, I thought, what could I actually do in 15 minutes a day? And because Chris and I had been together in a previous company, I remembered him saying to me and doing the segment on the power of one. And I thought, where in the world is that sheet? You know, those days we still had sheets. So I got back into the archives and I went and found that sheet and I phoned him up and I said, Chris, you won't believe what just hit me. The power of one. And he was like, friend. And I was like, no, I'm going to do it. So I signed up on Valentine's Day last year, which is quite remarkable because this company is very close to my heart. And I really messed around for the first while. But in September, when I discovered the power of one, I said, I'm going to make this happen. And for 2 weeks, I really put down my head and I was consistent and persistent. And within 2 weeks, I was earning the maximum binary that you can earn before you become a manager. And I've earned that ever since. There's not been a single week where I've missed the maximum. And then in March, I decided I now need to put down my head again. And I need to make a difference and become a manager. And it didn't take me long. 4 weeks of proper work, getting back into it, contacting everyone, following up again. And within 4 weeks, I was a manager. And I'm sorry, but if I can do it with my entire life being so hectic and only doing it 15 minutes a day, then honestly anybody else can. So what is the power of one? The power of one is about one idea, one person, making a difference. Now I want to take you back to that little word that I said earlier about magic. Okay, remember I said. So when you sit there and you close your eyes and you think about the magic of when we were little. We used to believe in things like Santa Claus, fairies, goblins, unicorns. We used to believe in the Easter Bunny. Okay? We used to believe in all of these things that were great. We used to believe that when we raised our knee after we'd fallen off our bike and we got a mom, she'd stick a band-aid and we would get a little kiss and the pain would magically be gone. Okay? So I'm taking you back to the magic of those days. The magic was we didn't have bills to pay, we didn't have anything to worry about, it was all covered. But as we get older, we lose some of that magic. And for lack of better words, as we get older, I would probably describe magic as hope, imagination, dreams, even joy. Sometimes we lose the joy in our life because we're just in this rut every single day, every single day, every single day, every single day. And then one person comes along and they give you a smile, or they give you a hug, or they give you a compliment and your whole day is made. And just a little bit of that magic that you used to see is back. Now I'm asking you, do you have 15 minutes a day to bring back the magic into somebody else's life? That's all you need to do. 15 minutes a day, one person at a time, to care enough about them and to share this with them. Because that's all we're doing. The power of one. Starts with me. I'm number one. I need to sign up. I need to get the money. I don't know how. As Chris said, he started on his knees. That's where he started. So no matter how it is, if I have to go raid my kid's piggy bank, then that's what I need to do. You know, Javi says, the only way to build this business is with love. And that's exactly what it is. I love you enough to care about you and to share this with you. And if you are building this business in love, you will always have a serving mentality. There's me. Now I decide to use my 15 minutes a day consistently. And let's say I'm really bad, like really bad. I've never done sales. And the average is, for every 10 people I speak to, I will sign up 1. But now I'm really bad. I suck. I have never done any sales of any sort. So let's say it takes me 20 people to sign up 1. Please expect the no's. They are going to come. Expect 19 to get 1. Expect 19 to get 1. And all you say is, okay, no problem. Next. Okay, no problem. Next. Okay, until I get my amen. Where do I sign up? Send me the link. There's me. Now I decide to use my 15 minutes a day consistently. And let's say I'm really bad, like really bad. I've never done sales. And the average is, for every 10 people I speak to, I will sign up 1. But now I'm really bad. I suck. I have never done any sales of any sort. So let's say it takes me 20 people to sign up 1. Please expect the no's. They are going to come. Expect 19 to get 1. Expect 19 to get 1. And all you say is, okay, no problem. Next. Okay, no problem. Next. Okay, until I get my amen. Where do I sign up? Send me the link. Okay, that's what you want. Now, I get my amen. Let's go. Woo! We're signing up. We're doing this. I'm going back. Month 1, I do my 20 calls. So I do 1 call a day on all the working days. I'm off on weekends. What a bargain.
1 a day.
1 a day. And I speak to 20 people. 1 person a day on every working day. That's 20 for the month. And I sign up only 1. Because remember, I'm bad at sales. But I care enough to share it every single day with someone. Even if it's only 1. Now in month 1, I only sign up 1 person, which is great because I'm making a difference in their life and I'm helping them get a testimony and I'm helping them live a much better life. And then they say, oh, I got this great result. I actually want to share it with people. Now they share it with people the same way, 15 minutes a day, 1 person a day, and so we go on. And so in month 2, they then sign up 1 person. This is all based on signing up at a silver pack. Now, granted, you might get a person sign up on a bronze pack and a person sign up on a silver pack in month 1, but we're only working on the silvers now. Okay, so I've had 1 silver sign up, I've made $50, that means I've paid half of my sleeve already. So the full amount's no longer coming out of my back pocket. Then in month 2, I myself sign up another person, because remember I haven't stopped, I've also kept speaking to somebody, and in month 2, my first person from month 1 has now signed up their own person. They're earning their $50, I'm earning my $50 for the next person that I've signed up, and I've already got 3 people in my team. And now all of us keep doing it. Every single one of us on there is going to keep speaking to our people, and as we get better, we'll obviously sign up more people in the 20 people, so I might be signing up 2 or 3 people, but for all intents and purposes, we're going to stick to 1. Now, in month 3, I sign up my 3rd person, my month 1 person has signed up their 2nd person, my month 3 person has signed up their 1st person, and now all of a sudden my team's at 7. In month 4, that's what the picture looks like. Everybody just spending time on 1 person a day, starting up 1 person a month, and I've got 15 people in my team. And I start earning the maximum buy rate of $100. And I'm not a manager yet. Now, my product's covered. What am I losing? Nothing. 15 minutes a day. That's what month 5 looks like. 31 people. $200. Month 6. Magic. You're right. $500 makes a massive difference. Month 7. Month 8. And I'm going to keep pushing this clicker. I love this last part. You max out the binary after a year by calling one person a day, 15 minutes a day, starting up one person a month and getting your team to do exactly as you do. How difficult is that? How difficult is that?
It's not.
Doable, correct. Very easy actually. Okay, that I've now got 4,095 people in my team. After a year. Guys, the power of one is mind-blowing. I don't have the time. I've got 15 minutes a day. That's all I've got. Fine, take it. Give me your 15 minutes. Pick up the phone, 15 minutes. And if you really want to double that, you call 2 people a day. And if your goal is to earn triple that, you call 3 people a day. And no matter what your goal is, you adjust it to eventually earn what Javi and Steve and Gina Merritt are earning. Guys, can I tell you that this business can be done fast? Steve and Gina Merritt instant coffeed this business. No waiting for the percolator, no grinding the beans. 27 days they reached SPD, which is the top rank in our company. Can we raise the roof for that? Wow. 27 days.
That's insane.
It can be done. It has been done. So if you're sitting there thinking that you can't do it, you can do it. And as Chris said, it could take you 17 or 18 months. It could take you 5 years. Most people work 40 years to eventually retire. I'd rather work 5 years, slow, consistent, earn good money, and retire after 5 years. Why not? Guys, this is easy, but it does require work. Because remember, when I believed in the Easter Bunny, and I believed in Santa Claus, and I believed in that kiss on my knee, somebody behind the scenes was doing the work. Okay, and right then we didn't realize it was actually our parents. And now we're the ones doing the work. But if you will do the work for 15 minutes a day, correct, very easy actually. Okay, that I've now got 4,095 people in my team. After a year. Guys, the power of one is mind-blowing. I don't have the time. I've got 15 minutes a day. That's all I've got. Fine, take it. Give me your 15 minutes. Pick up the phone, 15 minutes. And if you really want to double that, you call 2 people a day. And if your goal is to earn triple that, you call 3 people a day. And no matter what your goal is, you adjust it to eventually earn what Javi and Steve and Gina Merritt are earning. Guys, can I tell you that this business can be done fast? Steve and Gina Merritt instant coffeed this business. No waiting for the percolator, no grinding the beans. 27 days they reached SPD, which is the top rank in our company. Can we raise the roof for that? Wow. 27 days.
That's insane.
It can be done. It has been done. So if you're sitting there thinking that you can't do it, you can do it. And as Chris said, it could take you 17 or 18 months. It could take you 5 years. Most people work 40 years to eventually retire. I'd rather work 5 years, slow, consistent, earn good money, and retire after 5 years. Why not? Guys, this is easy, but it does require work. Because remember, when I believed in the Easter Bunny, and I believed in Santa Claus, and I believed in that kiss on my knee, somebody behind the scenes was doing the work. Okay, and right then we didn't realize it was actually our parents. And now we're the ones doing the work. But if you will do the work for 15 minutes a day, you will make it happen. You don't have to be a great speaker. You don't have to stand up here and be the MC. You don't have to stand up here and be the presenter. It's all already done for you. You just have to listen. Hear what they have to say, like Wilson said. Like everyone has said throughout the whole day.
And let me tell you something. I think every single one of us sitting in the chairs today have been looking for stability, because there's a lot of talent sitting in this room right now. And it was unfortunate that the other systems and companies let you down. And you feel like you've got mud on your face. That's the way I felt. And for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm building something that is rock solid, on a solid foundation that's going to be here for decades to come. Now, George, because of George, we're all sitting here today. Because I didn't look good, he made a comment. That's why we're sitting here today. So, like I said, George, one of the most persistent people. I thank him every week for his persistence. Because let me tell you, I'm not as persistent as him. Let me tell you something, I could follow up a little bit better. I get a bit of resistance, I pull back a bit quicker. George, the more resistance he got from me, the more he pushed. I was like, holy moly. And yes, you know what, he got my attention. George has always been here to help. George, we call him the Papa Bear. Papa Bear George. He's always there in the background. He's been doing quite a bit of traveling. He's back on our Zooms. You can send him a message. He will help you with absolutely everything. I don't know. I think he probably sleeps 2 hours a day. He's here for us, and he helped us in the beginning. Just step by step into where we are. He sent a message, a little video clip for all of us. He sent this to me yesterday. So this is George, our upline in Mallorca, Spain. I believe the next conference he will be here, but he just wanted to quickly say hello. Where's he gone? Oh, where did George go? I'm going to have to insert George after lunchtime. I'll insert him. when I went the stick, he said that 2 or 3 clips went off, so we'll just have to add that in afterwards. Then we will, what do you call it? We'll get George to just quickly say hello. All right, so what I'm going to do.
Hi, everybody. George here from Mallorca. Super excited to be here with you at this event. When I, in November 2022, when Chris decided he was going to do this with me, he said to me, we're going to be walking stages together all around the world telling people about this. So here we are, walking for me on a virtual stage and he's on a real stage. So I'm super excited that this event is taking place. It's a testimony to all of us, testimony to Chris and his energy that he's put in here, but it's a testimony to all of us that between us, we've seen what these patches do, what we can do with them for other people, and that's on the health side. And on the money side, what that can do to alleviate, number one, our financial anxieties, and number two, then following that, to build generational wealth. There's wonderful stories here. Some of them you know, some of them you don't. But what I could tell you is that I was back against the wall. Chris was back against the wall. Sandy Feist was back against the wall. Hi, Sandy. How are you? And many other people who are here in this room were back against the wall. So we are no longer back against the wall, and we're working now to, number one, get these patches to be where they need to be, as David's vision is, into 1 billion homes. And number two, to first off, relieve our financial anxieties, and number two, to then continue to build generational wealth. And the money that comes in allows an incredible amount of creativity. Something that some of you may not yet have understood is that the money we receive from LifeWave is an expression of the success we have helping other people with their health. So this is a huge thing to get into one's head. So if you're doubtful about the money, but you're keen about the health, I would encourage you to rethink that. So then what I some of you have heard me say this and some of you haven't. When I met David, in Orlando, I saw David Schmidt for a moment. I saw him not surrounded by about 20 people. I was keeping my eye open when. And I ran up to him. Hi, shake hands. My name's George, from London, from Mallorca. I live in Mallorca, Spain, the island of Mallorca. And I shook his hand, and he said he didn't know me from Adam, or as Chris says, didn't know me from a bar of soap. I said, hi, yeah, I'm George from Mallorca, executive director at the time. And he said, thank you for what you do. And I said to him, no, thank you. We need you and the world needs us. And that is my mission here with LifeWave. Yeah, individuals, but for the world as well. We're living in a very fractured world. And it seems to me that besides the physical health and financial health that people are achieving, the frequencies of light that are going into people's bodies makes a lot of people in a better mood. I'm very interested, I'm intrigued actually to hear how you guys feel after this event, having been in a room full of, I guess, around 300 people have all been patched. This is going to be very interesting. When I've been in big rooms of people all being patched, the energy and the vibration is very high, and the world needs that. So I think that's about everything that I want to say today, other than have a great day. And Chris tells me he's going to be doing this every 3 months. So for one of these events, I'm going to have to come down to visit you guys down there in South Africa. I'm up here in Mallorca, going into summer while you guys are going into winter. So listen, have a great day. Thank you very much. Chris, you're amazing.
LifeWave South Africa in the house. Yes. Hey. Wow.
It's been an incredible journey of learning, and I was really excited to discover LifeWave. I've been in network marketing since 2018, so it makes complete sense for me. And Chris asked me to speak about the magic of network marketing. And there's just so much to say, and most of it has been said, because I'm the last speaker. But it's about explosive potential. It is unlimited. It's about your network, which actually never ends. A lot of us think we'll get to the end of our network, but it doesn't, because your network is also part of another network. So the potential is incredible. I love that there's no distribution that you have to do. The company does it all. And that takes so much weight off you that you can really focus on what it means to build the relationships like Sandy was speaking about. There are pioneers in this business. People like Chris, people like your uplines, like Yavi, and they've made the maps. So you can plug into that, which makes us incredibly lucky because half the work's already been done. It's an amazing time to be doing this business. And we can do it with our other businesses and find the spaces. And I think that somebody spoke earlier about making use of those spaces. You can scroll, and that's 10 minutes and 10 minutes. you're in the car waiting for kids from school, you can scroll, or you can use those spaces and contact the people that you want to make contact with. I love network marketing because I know that I'm going to be leaving a legacy for my children. I'm a therapist. Nobody else can just step into my job. I can't just teach it to my children and say, here, have my business. It's not going to work. They've got their own lives going on. But I know that if I suddenly move on, I've left a legacy for my own children, and they can either step into it and learn more. So I'm teaching them all the time about this business, or they can have some passive income, and that's quite an incredible thing. And I love that you can do this at any age. I was at a convention last weekend, and I have a 15-year-old unschooled daughter. I took her with. She's learning with me. I also love that you can do this alone or with a mentor. It's much better to do it with mentors, but if you're really isolated and you don't have an upline, and I do know a couple of people who haven't really had uplines, like Chris, he's had some uplines, but he's a pioneer in South Africa. So you can be one of those pioneers, or you can plug into the team. It's your choice. I also love that you can take time out for sickness, for health, for family, for death. Whatever happens in your life, the business keeps going. And that's quite incredible. And I'm speaking as a therapist who is working by the hour. So this industry gives you permission to dream big without the daily grind of giving your hours away. It's yours. And because it's yours organically, you want to dream bigger, to give yourself something to chase and reach for. Being in this industry is inspiration. You are inspirational to others. You're meeting incredibly inspiring people, and the company itself is the most incredible inspiration. It is so easy to be inspired, and so easy to then share. We don't sell, we share. And this is freedom. And so that brings me to the next point. Network marketing is about freedom. The freedom to do it your way. There is no one way to do it, and that is the magic. But with freedom comes self-responsibility. And the bottom line is, you need to be self-directed to do this business. And so this brings me to the greatest magic of all, for me personally, since 2018 when I joined a network marketing company. The very foundation of success in this industry is that we need to work on ourselves. You can't grow your business unless you work on yourself, because of the very nature of this business. You have to do the inner work. To be successful in network marketing, you've got to do the internal work, because you have to remove the limitations. Because I'll tell you what happens. There is a belief system with each level and each sort of, what do you call it? If you want to get to your diamond levels, you need to change and upgrade your belief systems. So you've got to work on yourself. It's ever expanding. There's no end, there's no limits, if you're willing to do the inner work. We're conditioned to limiting ourselves. We do it all the time. But with this kind of business, you have to adapt and move away from yesterday's version of yourself. You have to ask yourself every single day, what do I truly want? It's not who you were yesterday. That was yesterday's version of you. And we tend to restrict our own growth. So how can we be more free than yesterday? Is what you have to ask yourself every single day. Network marketing can take anybody from being a nobody to being a special, special person. It can be your future. You can be a nobody and become a senior presidential director. You can be on your knees, and in 18 months, you can be free. Freedom is a scale. It's your job with LifeWave to become more free every day. So, keep asking yourself, how am I limiting myself? We all just want to become free. So, how can you embody in your body your freedom and potential? the inner work, is the game here. The magic of network marketing means that you do the work and you absolutely increase your energetic capacity in order to attract what you need. If you're not working on your own energetic body, it's that simple. So allow LifeWave to be the ultimate tool for personal transformation. With every rank, there's a belief system. How are you going to upgrade those beliefs? It's liberating, it's empowering, and you can master the walk and walk forever. Change can be transformation, but often people don't want to change. It's not on their radar. But if somebody wants to change, bring LifeWave into their life. People have to desire change, and that includes us who want to rank. If someone does not desire change, there's nothing to coach that person on. Walk away. Not everyone wants that change. But we need to take care of our own well-being and transformation, and in that way we're not limiting others, and we're certainly not limiting ourselves. Life gets bigger with LifeWave, the experience of life. But you can't understand how small your life was until you've entered into that bigger way of living. If you don't have the desire, no one can do it for you. I don't want to have a small life. I want an amplified life. And that's why I love that I found LifeWave. So we are surrounded by those people that don't want change, collectively that don't want change. And there is safety in the tribe of not changing. There's limitations that keep you from not wanting to change because you might be kicked out of the tribe. But LifeWave gives us a choice. So the greatest gift of this network marketing company is that you can be that vehicle for change. Be a vessel of light. Transformation is when we take suffering and we turn it into love. Transform pain into love and light. Take everything that is not love and transform it into love. Take the darkness and transform it into light, fear, into love. LifeWave allows us to move into that higher frequency. It's that state that we're seeking when we put our patches on. So we are transforming collective fear. We're transforming guilt. We're transforming shame. And leaders in LifeWave are here to do that transformational work and increase our energetic capacity so that we can actually do that. And we can teach and we can transform things. When you say yes to your higher mission, you are saying yes to more suffering. Because you have to transform your own suffering and you have to listen to the suffering of others so that you can transform with them. You're building your own light body here. And this is giving you the ability to hyper speed and transform things. And I love that about LifeWave. We tend to resist transformation and we tend to resist suffering, but we're here to transmute that. So if you're in LifeWave, you are meeting suffering every single day. We are here listening to everybody's suffering every single day, but we're here to transform that. So in this industry, I love multi-level marketing because we create a love story. Because you have to fall in love with the company, with what David Schmidt does, and with the product. And so the joy of network marketing is that we get to enjoy the journey and we get to fall in love with the work. But first, you do have to fall in love with the product. And here's another piece of magic. You're partnershiping with yourself. With yourself. That's the most important partnership you have. So you have to learn to communicate with yourself, to hear what you're telling yourself. And you have to listen to the positive, the negative, the unconscious, and you've got to coach yourself and lead yourself. That communication with yourself is where you will be able to go. Because when you become conscious to truth and go out there and live your life in a way that matches the way you want to live, that becomes truth. If you don't, you're just disrupting your communication field and you're kind of making a mess of your mental body. So communication, honest and true communication with yourself moves you into patterns of living in alignment with your higher being. And LifeWave makes it easier because these patches, they're doing a lot of the repatterning for you. So you can get out of your own way and use this incredible tool for change. To be yourself, the bigger and more potent version of yourself. But first, you've got to have that clear communication with yourself. And you're in charge of your own inner communication. So we have to keep asking ourselves, what motivates us? It's all energy work. And we have the assistance of the patches to create that greater and greater energetic alignment. And then when we're in that place, we can be calmer, more grounded, so that we can listen to the needs of people, like Sandy was saying. She kept on coming back to, you've got to listen to what people need, and then we can help them. But we have to be in clear agreement with ourselves so that we can go and enroll people in a way that is from a place of heart listening. And we get better and better at doing that the more that we practice it. But again, I come back to this company is about change. Being the change first because you believe in the product and use it. And then finally, the magic of network marketing for me is community. The community that we join, I was approached by somebody else in LifeWave 3 years ago, and it's taken me 3 years to finally come and enroll with Chris. I chose my team. I was approached by several other people. So we can also choose our community and who we choose to grow and how we choose to grow and how we choose to create our own communities. This company requires that we are in service. One of the laws of nature is that the more you serve, and this was mentioned earlier, the more you receive. And the foundation of this company is in being of service to others. You're part of lifting the frequency of this planet, Chris keeps telling me. If you're a truth seeker, LifeWave patches will find you. But first, you do have to fall in love with the product. And here's another piece of magic. You're partnershiping with yourself. With yourself. That's the most important partnership you have. So you have to learn to communicate with yourself, to hear what you're telling yourself. And you have to listen to the positive, the negative, the unconscious. And you've got to coach yourself and lead yourself. That communication with yourself is where you will be able to go. Because when you become conscious to truth and go out there and live your life in a way that matches the way you want to live, that becomes truth. If you don't, you're just disrupting your communication field and you're kind of making a mess of your mental body. So communication, honest and true communication with yourself, moves you into patterns of living in alignment with your higher being. And LifeWave makes it easier because these patches, they're doing a lot of the repatterning for you. So you can get out of your own way and use this incredible tool for change. To be yourself, the bigger and more potent version of yourself. But first, you've got to have that clear communication with yourself. And you're in charge of your own inner communication. So we have to keep asking ourselves, what motivates us? It's all energy work. And we have the assistance of the patches to create that greater and greater energetic alignment. And then when we're in that place, we can be calmer, more grounded, so that we can listen to the needs of people, like Sandy was saying. She kept on coming back to, you've got to listen to what people need, and then we can help them. But we have to be in clear agreement with ourselves so that we can go and enroll people in a way that is from a place of heart listening. And we get better and better at doing that the more that we practice it. But again, I come back to this company is about change. Being the change first because you believe in the product and use it. And then finally, the magic of network marketing for me is community. The community that we join, I was approached by somebody else in LifeWave 3 years ago, and it's taken me 3 years to finally come and enroll with Chris. I chose my team. I was approached by several other people. So we can also choose our community and who we choose to grow and how we choose to grow and how we choose to create our own communities. This company requires that we are in service. One of the laws of nature is that the more you serve, and this was mentioned earlier, the more you receive. And the foundation of this company is in being of service to others. You're part of lifting the frequency of this planet, Chris keeps telling me. If you're a truth seeker, LifeWave patches will find you. If you found LifeWave patches to transform your suffering, then eventually you too will become a truth seeker. And this is because we're moving through different planetary ascension cycles, one that requires higher frequency living in which to survive these frequency changes. We are in a critical time in human history, and either we change and evolve or we perish. We're being asked to seek the hard truth found inside all things, and then to defend the truth frequency in every aspect of life. And this will keep us aligned with the spiritual armor of light. LifeWave is more than healing only physical ailments. We are here to maintain the inner liquid light frequency. That's why we have to drink so much water. And to share, share, share. So I used to care about speaking about truth and speaking about spiritual truth out loud because I thought it would make people feel uncomfortable. I no longer take other people's discomfort personally, as it's more important to share the truth than to keep quiet. And when you're introducing people to a patch and they say, you think a sticker's gonna help me, it takes skill, courage, and belief to get people to suspend their disbelief and try that sticker that can change their lives. We are the courageous and brave shining ones that we've all been waiting for. We are supporting the divine plan of human liberation. And so I leave you with this. Re-enroll yourself every single morning that you wake up, and don't forget why you're here in the first place. Thank you.
When you come to a crossroad and run into the winner and the quitter in you, listen to the winner. The quitter will never take you down the road you want to travel. I believe we all have a winner in us. Sometimes we've just been hanging around with losers for far too long. Develop the mindset of a winner. The truth is, most people give up on their dream. Most people give up on their dream to live the average life, the easy life. But it really doesn't matter what most people do. What do you do? Because you are different. You will never give up on your dream. You will not listen to the average. You will always listen to the winner in you. Believe in yourself when no one else does. Believe in yourself when you have no reason to believe. And you will never quit. I know some of you are going through a rough time. Some of you are going into the fight of your life. Fighting for your future, fighting for your career, fighting for your family. Some of you are fighting for your life. And I am telling you, do not quit. Do not give in. I know life can be tough. I know life can wear you down, but if you just stick it out, even if you don't get the result, you will find the character you show will be your reward. The fighting spirit you develop will be the reward, and it will serve you well for the rest of your life. Fight for what you want now, or fight against what you don't want later. You choose.
Don't you dare quit. Don't you dare settle. Don't you dare back down. Not today or any other day. When the tough moments come, never forget you are in that moment, writing your legacy. In that tough moment, you are setting the standard for your character. Do you have the character? You do.
Fight for what you want now, or fight against what you don't want later. You choose. Fight for what you want now, or fight against what you don't want later. You choose. When you come to a crossroad and run into the winner and the quitter in you, listen to the winner. When you make a commitment to yourself, you make sure you see it through. Never, ever quit.
all of us want to be a DJ. Okay? This guy has made it. He's been a DJ for 22 years. So he's got music in his soul. But he's not only a DJ. When COVID hits, Wilson had to find another way of doing things. And he went into the digital world, and let me tell you, he became an expert pretty quick. So just as everything else, he put commitment and drive and dedication to it. And he has built a phenomenal LifeWave team. Come and join me on stage.
Hey everybody, thank you to every single one of you that joined us today. It gets me excited because you're changing people's lives. Chris, thank you for changing my life, my brother. I get emotional about the change that we're making in people's lives. X39 has been the biggest gift that's ever landed on my table. So I don't want to go into too much detail about my story. I want to give you some nuggets on how to do it. I think many people are failing in the communication of X39. This is a gift that we give to people. We don't sell it. Stop trying to sell these packages. So I want to tell you a story. Harvey Solis has this incredible ability to find a person at exactly the right time and punch you in the gut. He's been doing it to me quite often. The first time he did it was when I just got started, and he shared a story with me that completely transformed the way I speak to people about life. What he said to me was that he has a mentor that is a multi-millionaire dollars. And then he asked him how he did it. What came out of his mouth was so profound. He said, the moment I started serving people, and that duplicated, everything changed. And I sat there and I didn't completely get what he was saying. And then I started changing my approach with how I'm speaking to people about this. X39 can breathe life back into people. That's what this can do. It can plug people out of the matrix. Chris, this has changed my life on every level. Mentally, spiritually, and now financially. This has set me free, and it's all because of you. And it humbles me that we have so many people here who say that, what you do in the background, it's crazy. People don't even see it. That this is it. Harvey and Olga Solis, they've taken us under our wing. George Geduri. I mean, we've got such incredible support here. You cannot fail, just take action. So let me ask you a question, back to communication. How do you feel when your phone rings and it's an insurance company trying to sell insurance? I wish I could take a photo of that face. I wish I could take a photo of that face. So why are you selling this thing? That's the first point I want to make. I'll be honest with you, on a good day, that guy doesn't get 5 words in because my phone is busy. You'll be like, ding. I'm out. So, what can you do to get the point across properly to people without feeling like you're selling it to someone? There's a couple things you can do. Now, this is an hour conversation. I've got 7 minutes left. I'm under pressure, I'm not going to lie. So, start asking questions. There's 3 fundamental questions you need to ask to somebody if you're speaking to them. Number 1, how are you doing? Guys, it's the most important question of it all. If somebody's struggling at work, they'll tell you. Guess what? X39 is the solution. If somebody's struggling with pain, guess what? X39 is the solution. X39 is the solution to every problem a person might have. Stop selling them and offer a solution for people's problems. And how do you get them? You ask, how are you doing? Secondly, very importantly, you ask them, is everybody healthy? You will not believe what people say when you ask that question. People are the sickest they've ever been in the history of time where we are right now. Guess what? X39 is the solution. Most importantly, how are things going at work? Guys, it sucks working for a boss. It really does. If you ask somebody, how is it going at work, and they're not liking what they do, they'll tell you, guess what? X39 is the solution. So, have proper conversations with people. Have proper conversations with people. Have a serving mentality, not a selling mentality. And things are going to shift in your business to a level that your whole life can be transformed within a 3 to 6 month period. I got serious about this business in January. Been in it for 17 months. Haven't been serious about it. January this year I said I'm going all in. And I can't explain to you what's happened. I'm going to cry. It's completely simple for me. So, in closing, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. We're going to have a training about this in depth. Because I want to go into the nuts and bolts of communication properly. I'll record it and I'll share it with you guys. I want to share a story about Steve and Gina Merrick. We are so lucky to have these leaders above us. I saw an incredible interview with him. Eric Ward interviewed Steve and Gina. Now, those of you that don't know Eric Ward, he's a world #1 network marketing coach on the planet. He has a studio in America. They flew in and they had an interview with Steve and Gina. The heading of the video is 130 directs, 71,000 people in 6 months. Woo! Guys, when I saw just the heading, I got goosebumps. I was like, I think I can do this, but that's just on another level. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen because it was an hour and 45-minute chat on their whole journey. And it was incredible. What I was waiting for is that one question, how did you do it? That's all I was waiting for. And they had like an hour and 20 minutes, but I enjoyed that conversation. And it was the most profound thing. Steve said, we found this opportunity, and all we did is we started phoning people. That is all they did. They phoned people for 3 months. They signed up 130 directs in 3 months. That grew to 71,000 people. Guys, pick up the phone and start dialing. You can't pay your rent. Great. Pick up the phone and start dialing. You need a new car. Brilliant. Pick up the phone and start dialing. It's the most important thing. This product can breathe life back into people. There's people in your sphere of influence that are in pain. You can just pick up the phone and get them out of pain. There's people in this room struggling with money. Great. They can show you how to turn this into money. Earning in dollars. You make $100 a week here. It's like that. That's $8,000 a month. That could change anybody's life here. So, please, take this seriously. Pick your phone up and start phoning people. Have proper conversations with them. Connect with them. Solve their problem. Because X39 is the solution. Thank you.
Why do people join these companies? What is the attraction?
You know, I think, Larry, people are ready today more than any other time in history to be their own boss. Technology is wiping out jobs. Technology is wiping out industries. The human value is going down and down and down as technology goes up and up and up. And people are saying, I don't want to fit in some other system anymore. I want to be my own boss, but they don't know how to do it. Do they have a good product? Do they have enough money? You know, do they have the expertise in order to be able to do it? But if there was a way for a person to start their own business without a lot of risk, and they could flex that entrepreneurial muscle, see if they have the chops, they're interested. So it's making a big difference. People are taking that step.
Are you fighting the Amazons of the world, or are you on a parallel line?
Well, Amazon is a unique, as you know, they're taking over the world, right? There's these few companies that are absolutely changing distribution. But what they don't have is word of mouth advertising. They don't have a network of passionate people who believe in the product, sharing it with other people. We provide a really important educational need in the marketplace. We educate people on products that will be valuable to them. We don't really deal with commodities as much. We just deal with products that are valuable that we can help to inform somebody else about.
Decided to do something a little bit different. If you look at traditional business, is one thing. I've had my own traditional business. Lucinda's been in the clothing industry, her own business, for 20 years. But something that's always fascinated me, something I've always wanted to get into, is the franchise business. Everybody, who's sitting here has at some point in their life thought about owning a franchise? Put your hand up. Wow, there's only 50% of the room. Okay. Why franchise? A couple of things. Number one, it's a turnkey operation, right? You buy into a franchise, turnkey. And there's a duplicatable system in place, right? Duplicatable system. So, guys, hear me on the word duplicate. Duplicate. Yeah. Now, network marketing is like a little mini franchise on steroids. But you know what the nice thing about network marketing in this mini little franchise versus proper franchising, the biggest thing, which I'm sure Sandy and Quinton might agree, and we haven't spoken about this yet, not your heads if I'm right here, is a word called unlimited earnings. Okay, unlimited earnings. Because even in franchising, call it one store, there is a cap. There's a ceiling, there's a cap. So what do? You want to earn more money, you open another store, another branch, that's right. But you're only one human being. There's only 86,400 seconds a day that we all get given when we wake up, right? We can't squeeze out more. Sometimes I wish I could invent a vending machine and I can put $50 in. 1 hour. I just bought an hour for $50. Don't you wish there's a vending machine we could buy some more time? Right? But guess what David gave us? He gave us 20 years back in a patch. So that's where we get our time back. Reverse aging, right? Okay, so let me get out. Who am I going to start with? Let me start with Quinton. There was something missing here.
Duplication.
Yeah. There you go. Right, check it's working. Hello? Perfect. Okay, Quinton, can you tell us quickly your background? You're in the food industry. Tell us when you started, why you started in the food industry, and which companies you were involved with.
Okay, Chris, thanks. Well, how I got into it, if you ask that, but I think the food industry found me, and I found the food industry. But I got into it by default. Quite a young age, I think I was about 27, I started my own restaurant. And very luckily I had a good partner, and it was a great success. And from there we grew more and more restaurants, and we even started franchising. That was, 32 years ago. And then about 11 years ago, I decided to sell all my restaurants. Wasn't sure what I was going to do next, and I got an opportunity to buy into a franchise. So from becoming a franchisor to becoming a franchisee again was quite a backward step, I suppose, for a lot of people. But I got involved with probably the biggest brand in the country, and that brand was KFC. and I became a franchisee, and owned a bunch of KFCs and built them, and that was basically it. Sorry, I hope I answered the question. I can't remember if there was anything else.
Yes, no, that was it. Just wanted to know which brand it was. So KFC, I think we all heard of KFC, very strong, big brand. How many stores did you end up having, Quentin?
I had 11 jobs.
Okay. Right, next question is going to come up on that one. Can you hand over to Sandy? All right, Sandy, if you can tell us, you come from the beauty industry, and what made you get into it? How long ago did you get in? Which brand and how many stores?
Okay, so I'm not sure if that's on. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Chris. Yeah, I have been in the beauty industry, and it really was kind of through a passion for actually therapy, that I wanted to actually be a therapist, that I jumped into the beauty industry really in my early 20s. And I started out working as a therapist after studying and absolutely loving it, and had the opportunity to open up my first store in a shopping centre that was being built in Johannesburg. And it was an absolute joy journey. We built the store from scratch, recruited and built up a little team of therapists, and ran that store for a couple of years. I was approached very unexpectedly by one of our clients to buy that store, and I sold it, had our children, and then actually had the opportunity, amazingly, to buy the store back from her. She was immigrating to Australia. I bought the store back from her, and we traded exactly, picked up the baton and continued again. It was actually quite interesting that how easily the baton was transferable from one person to the other. Continued trading for many years, and then had the opportunity to become part of the Sorbet franchise group, and so converted my salon to a Sorbet, and went on to open a second Sorbet from scratch, and then to purchase a third Sorbet, ultimately employing, we had about 90 people across our 3 stores, and yeah, it was over a course about 24 years in the industry altogether, Chris. A large part of it in my own business, and then a large part of it within the Sorbet franchise group.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. Okay, go to Lucinda. Okay, Lucinda, you come from the clothing, women's clothing background. What made you start it? And just tell us, you were a franchise, but you had pop-up stores. And how many stores did you have that you were sort of running?
So clothing has always been my passion, but I never thought that I would run it as a business. So same as Quentin, it came on my path quite by accident. And at the time, I really saw a niche in the market, especially for women, and really saw and felt that I could bring a lot to the table, and that started there. And we literally grew. In those days, we would start with things like open days, where I would go sit out in somebody's house and, sell my products, style women, and just grow from there. Eventually, over the years, we grew, and close to the end, we had what we would call pop-up shops or collaboration stores, almost similar to like what the space does, but in a market setup. And to the end, we started growing, and we would have like between 5 and 9, depending on how the season ran. So during this busy season for November, December, January, we would be in our peak and run up to 5, 7 stores. So that's how that started.
Right, then I'll ask you the first question, moving the market across. Hours. So if you're going to do a market, you're going to obviously get up. What time would you have to get up, set up? Working, breakdown, how long would that day be?
Yeah, so that's the day, but then there's planning before. It's getting the stock, prepping the stock, steaming the stock, setting up. Would be anything from to do a good proper setup, early hours of the morning. A lot of the markets and events that we would do would start around 9 and go straight through till about 4 or 5. Some of them were outdoors, so that would often be challenging. Our stores, also, we had long trading hours, 7 days a week, like we have in big shopping centres. So it was always a challenge. And in those days, 2 or 3 years ago, it was before I knew about patches. So you run yourself to completion. My busy season, and that's when we were introduced to the...
We luckily had a good partner, and it was a great success. And from there we grew more and more restaurants, and we even started franchising. That was, 32 years ago. And then about 11 years ago, I decided to sell all my restaurants. Wasn't sure what I was going to do next, and I got an opportunity to buy into a franchise. So from becoming a franchisor to becoming a franchisee again was quite a backward step, I suppose, for a lot of people. But I got involved with probably the biggest brand in the country, and that brand was KFC. And I became a franchisee, and owned a bunch of KFCs and built them. And that was basically it. Sorry, I hope I answered the question. I can't remember whether there was anything else.
Yes, no, that was it. Just wanting to know which brand it was. So KFC, I think we all heard of KFC, very strong, big brand. How many stores did you end up having, Quentin?
I had 11 drive-thrus.
Okay. Wow. Well, the next question is going to come up on that one. Can you hand over to Sandy? All right, Sandy, if you can tell us, you come from the beauty industry. And what made you get into it? How long ago did you get in? Which brand and how many stores?
Okay, so I'm not sure if that's on. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Chris. Yeah, I have been in the beauty industry, and it really was through a passion for therapy, that I wanted to actually be a therapist, that I jumped into the beauty industry really in my early 20s. And I started out working as a therapist after studying and absolutely loving it, and had the opportunity to open up my first store in a shopping centre that was being built in Johannesburg. And it was an absolute joy journey. We built the store from scratch, recruited and built up a little team of therapists, and ran that store for a couple of years. I was approached very unexpectedly by one of our clients to buy that store, and I sold it, had our children, and then actually had the opportunity, amazingly, to buy the store back from her. She was immigrating to Australia. I bought the store back from her, and we traded exactly, picked up the baton and continued again. It was actually quite interesting that how easily the baton was transferable from one person to the other. Continued trading for many years, and then had the opportunity to become part of the Sorbet franchise group, and so converted my salon to a Sorbet, and went on to open a second Sorbet from scratch, and then to purchase a third Sorbet, ultimately employing, we had about 90 people across our 3 stores, and yeah, it was over a course about 24 years in the industry altogether, Chris. A large part of it in my own business, and then a large part of it within the Sorbet franchise group.
Okay. Lucinda, you come from the clothing, women's clothing background. What made you start it? And just tell us, you had a franchise, but you had pop-up stores, and how many stores did you have that you were sort of running?
So clothing has always been my passion, but I never thought that I would run it as a business. So same as Quentin, it came on my path quite by accident. And at the time, I really saw a niche in the market, especially for women, and really saw and felt that I could bring a lot to the table, and that started there. And we literally grew. In those days, we would start with things like open days, where I would go sit up in somebody's house and sell my products, style women, and just grow from there. Eventually, over the years, we grew, and close to the end, we had what we would call pop-up shops or collaboration stores, almost similar to like what the Space does, but in a market setup. And to the end, we started growing, and we would have like between 5 and 9, depending on how the season ran. So during this busy season for November, December, January, we would be in our peak, and run up to 5, 7 stores. So that's how that started. No time to rest, nothing. You just go, go, go.
Thank you. Hours. What type of hours were you working, managing 3 stores?
Well, Chris, the trading hours of the store are 7 in the morning to 7 at night, 7 days a week. So it's full on, and with a store that's open, there's never a downtime. Actually, your phone can never be off, because if something's happening in that store, you need to be contactable literally 24/7. So that, for me, I think is something that you can never actually get used to, the fact that you can never have your phone off. There were sometimes time when you'd be away on holiday and there might be a situation where a geyser has burst or something in the store. You need to be contactable. I'll admit that at one stage we actually flooded the Absa Bank underneath us because I wasn't contactable fast enough to get the water off. But it's full on, and when the stores are not trading, that's actually your one chance to get some work done. So you then actually end up working in the night, because you've got, there's a lot going on during the day when the stores are trading. So working long hours.
What type of hours with 11 KFCs keeping you going?
Well, very similar to Sandy, except start at 6 in the morning and we go about 9 o'clock at night.
Sure.
Restaurants prior to that were obviously much later, and you still had to deal with drunks in restaurants, but luckily at KFC you didn't have to deal with that. But again, similar to what Sandy was saying, I mean, we were in a shopping centre in Krugersdorp, and the store also flooded, and below us was a mattress shop, and we destroyed every mattress in the entire store. So you're dealing. I employed 250 staff, and I always used to use the term I had 250 headaches. Not a nice thing to say, but there was always drama. It wasn't easy, and the thing is, I was geographically spread quite wide. I was as far as in Mpumalanga, so it wasn't a case of just jumping in your vehicle and rushing off to the store. So yes, we did have a bigger infrastructure, a head office structure. So not everything fell on my responsibility. Well, it was my responsibility, but what I'm saying is you had people to do a lot of the stuff. But at the end of the day, the buck stopped with you, and it was a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
it was a lot of pressure. I think there's no doubt. Obviously, you're chasing turnover. That's what you've got to have, and you have a break-even point. So when the turnover does, or the sales do increase, yes, I wouldn't say cost initially.
So remarkable, because if your cost requirement is 1 X39, 1 supplementary sleeve per month, and you equate that against the cost of
Wow. The energy is absolutely electric in this room, guys. Makes me very emotional. And I just want to say, Chris and I are super proud of each and every one of you. Without you, there will be no Team 333, and we would not have reached the goals that we've reached over the last 18 months. So once again, give yourselves a nice warm round of applause. Today, network marketing is a renowned business, accomplished business with people from all over the world. It's a fast-growing business model in the world. The business of the 21st century is here to stay. I'm going to be touching on a new freedom, the cash flow quadrant, and a bit of perspective. In the 21st century, time is the new money. Our time is extremely valuable to us. Time is the new wealth. The ultimate wealth is time freedom. If the goal is to obtain true financial stability, how do we get there? They say it takes about 10,000 hours to learn a new skill. Let's unpack that for a minute. 10,000 hours, that's 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. After 5 years full-time, you reach the sweet spot. Let's say it takes 2 to 5 years. Here in LifeWave, we know it happens quite quicker. Say it takes 3 years. In the span of your life, 3 years is but a blink.
Robert Kiyosaki says that we all fall into one of these 4 quadrants. We are either E, where we are employed, meaning that we exchange time for money. S means that you are self-employed. For those of you who are self-employed, how many of you can really take a 6-week vacation and your business is running without you? Often being self-employed just means that you're working the same hours as being employed or even longer hours, right? And you are your business. When you don't work, you don't make any money. This is B, which means that you're owning a big business, that you have employees, that you have a team, that you have systems that are working hard for you. And I means that you are an investor. Investor means that you have money working hard for you. If you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you'll work until you die.
Now that we have an overview of the cash flow quadrant, I want us to focus on the B quadrant, big business and work in the business. One of the beautiful things about business of the 21st century is that all the groundwork of the business is already done for us. They say moving from the left side of the quadrant over to the right-hand side is no easy task. It's hectic, a complete mind shift. They compare it to change of career, changing a religion, relocating to a new country, and it's super stressful. Another great thing about network marketing is that it pulls away the veil of mystery and starts to show us what life in the B quadrant could look like. Network marketing is a powerful business model specifically for women, and we see that in the industry. 4 times as many women as men. The supporting, coaching, nurturing relationship of a network market sponsor to her growing network is the kind of relationship where women thrive. I want to touch on the 3 phases that we go through in network marketing. Just a reminder, we have a unique product that works. No competition, an international business, protected by patents for close on 20 years. David set up a big business B quadrant opportunity for us, a business plan that is best of its kind. The first phase that we go through is the growth and learning stage. We learn about the patches, we learn about the compensation plan, the community, we grow our team, learn the system, get trained, get coached, get mentored. This is the most challenging phase. You might be sacrificing a hell of a lot more with very low return. 90% of people quit during phase 1. Let go of the expectations, focus on the daily tasks. The second phase that we go through, this is where momentum is happening. You help your team, you now have the knowledge, you are the trainer, the mentor, you start sharing the values, the system, you learn how to grow and scale, how to leverage your team's time and energy. You're excited for your team. The number one reason people quit during phase 2 is failed expectation. So remember, give yourself time. Don't give up during phase 2. What if it has been 2 years and you are still in phase 2? You might feel you should be further along. Don't compare yourself with others. Just keep chiseling on. One of my favorite quotes, change is hard at first, messy in the middle, gorgeous at the end. Phase 3, This is where we left off. This is the fun part. Things start to click into place. You see the growth in yourself and in your team. Self-sustained growth. You can step away and things carry on. Belief in your product, belief in your team, belief in yourself. It's rewarding. You are now a prospect magnet and people come to you. This is what you've been waiting for. By the very nature and design, network marketing is a strikingly fair, democratic, socially responsible system of wealth generation. In closing, I want to say, what does it take? You don't need a fancy degree. You don't have to be great at sales. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need to be a great negotiator. It takes discipline. It takes the right mindset and attitude. It takes time, consistency, patience, belief, and I'm going to say, hard work. But you can do it cleverly. The business of the 21st century is here to stay. It's going to change the world we live in more than one way. I'm delighted to say we have a bright future ahead. Cash flow quadrant and a bit of perspective. In the 21st century, time is the new money. Our time is extremely valuable to us. Time is the new wealth. The ultimate wealth is time freedom. If the goal is to obtain true financial stability, how do we get there? They say it takes about 10,000 hours to learn a new skill. Let's unpack that for a minute. 10,000 hours, that's 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. After 5 years full-time, we reach the sweet spot. Let's say it takes 2 to 5 years. Here in LifeWave, we know it happens quite quicker. Say it takes 3 years. In the span of your life, 3 years is but a blink.
Robert Kiyosaki says that we all fall into one of these 4 quadrants. We are either E, where we are employed, meaning that we exchange time for money. S means that you are self-employed, your business. When you don't work, you don't make any money. This is B, which means that you're owning a big business, that you have employees, that you have a team, that you have systems that are working hard for you. And I means that you are an investor. Investor means that you have money working hard for you. If you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you'll work until you die.
Now that we have an overview of the cash flow quadrant, I want us to focus on the B quadrant.
The world does not reward mediocrity. You know what the rest of the world wants to pay you for? Be the best at one thing.
If you know how to concentrate your efforts and be focused on one thing, you have an edge. If you can be focused on one thing and not look at everything else that everybody else is looking at, 50 different philosophies, 75 different ways to make money, 19 different streams of income. If you can figure out a way to go here, all of that stuff's gonna come your way. But if you go chase all the other stuff like everyone else is, you're gonna miss the whole point of winning in life because you can't concentrate. You show me anyone today who knows how to concentrate, I'll show you someone that nobody wants to compete with.
Don't stop. Narrow your focus to one idea, one, and make it work. Make it your priority and stick with it no matter what.
You guys need to understand what you don't have to do. You don't have to work hard, you don't have to eat right, you don't have to sleep right, you don't have to do more than what's required of you, you don't have to be a good teammate, you don't have to be a good leader. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. But you also don't have to win, you don't have to be a success in life, you don't have to help your team win, you don't have to play. So the greatest things in life take sacrifice and discipline. And that's why so few people achieve great things. Because they don't want to sacrifice, they don't want to discipline for something greater. So you see all these people that have great things in life that you look up to, it's because they were sacrificed and disciplined long before you ever knew them.
No one can make you do or not do what you said you're going to do. Tell yourself every morning, I'm going to stick to this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to strive for this goal. I'm not looking forward to December. I'm not looking over the whole year. I'm focused on today.
What we do every day, every single day, what we do becomes habitual and routine. Through practice, every single day we do the same thing, regardless of weather, surroundings, elements, people, regardless. We continue to do the task that we believe in, headstrong, confident, pushing through it.
See, at the end of my life, the Lord's going to go, hey, by the way, this guy over here, this was the man you could have been. This is the person you were born to be. This would have been your dreams. This is where you would have gone, what you would have seen, what you would have changed. This would have been your book. Meet him. My dream in my life is that when I meet that person, we're not total strangers. And I'm going to say, hey, man, good to see you. Been chasing you, man. He's going to go, I've been watching you. You maxed out your damn life. Congratulations. You don't want to get to the end of your life, and that character is a total stranger to you. You know damn well there's going to be a funeral for you someday. At that funeral, there's going to be a sense and a spirit of what you could have become. The woman, the man you could have become. And every day those decisions you're making to max out your life are chasing that person.
If you have micro-focus, if you can get a chance to pay attention to detail, that's how you break out of the pack. That's how you go from being average to above average performer. With focus, you are unstoppable.
Add to that, yes, our incentive trip, very important. I'm going on it. Can I see a show of hands who's going with me? Okay, what is really amazing about this incentive trip is when you qualify, not if you qualify, when you qualify, this company is so cool that they'll actually reimburse 2 flight tickets if you qualify with enough points. Which means that this trip is completely free then, except for the spending money, which I need lots of. So, we will all, thank you, thanks babe. So, we will all then also be able to see George live and in action, because George stays in Mallorca, Spain, which is literally a stone's throw away from where we're going to be in Marrakesh. So we get to see our upline personally. Now, without further ado, I'd really like to introduce my really good friend, who is persistent and one of the most caring, compassionate people that I know. He has got a server mentality. He just serves and serves and serves and will always help when you ask. It really took a lot of nagging. Believe me, even I tried. But Jesse made the magic happen. So Louis, can you please join us on stage? Woo!
Hi everyone. Yeah, so like Jesse said, very easy speaking in front of the Zoom or being in the Zoom, but speaking in front of all of you, wow, exciting. Chris, what can I say? We all want to walk in your footsteps. You've done everything that I've always wanted to do, just you've done it. Well done, Chris. So what I want to say firstly is from my heart, I want to tell you the story. Our good friend at the back there, Sandy Feast. It all happened around COVID time. I was going through divorce, very tough time, most of you going through things like that yourself maybe. And these are the little things that keeps you from being consistent and persistent. And you know what I want to say is, at the time it was at COVID and we were not actually allowed to be at the house. Eventually we were allowed from like 5 a.m. until 11 at night. Allowed to leave home, but believe me, the police, Metro Police would catch you or be on your neck if you were on the road after 11 o'clock at night. So I actually discovered. So I was actually driving, we flew down to Cape Town, visit my family down there, my kids and myself, and my daughter had to stay behind because she was living with my aunt at the time, and my aunt got COVID, so she was positive, and my daughter was staying in the house, in the small little flat, for more than a month. My son and I flew back, and believe me, at that time, my pocket was empty. I didn't have much. And I had to go and fetch it, because that time I think the school started around the 15th of February, and we flew down, I was very intelligent then. I decided, you know what, we're going to drive down. My son and I. We're going to take this, we had a little Polo, a white Polo, and we decided, packed our things, and the day before I actually decided, let me just check the spare tire, maybe everything's fine. And luckily, I found that there was no spare tire or actually spanner, which I quickly borrowed and made a plan. We drove and I decided I'm not going to go to toll gates. I'm actually going to go through the small dorpies, and believe me, I went through a major pothole into a ditch, and I lost the left tire. So I ended up pouring down rain. We changed everything. My son helped me. We were very proud of ourselves. This is just past 6 o'clock in the morning. We had literally 15 hours to get to Cape Town. So from there on, we speeded up. We actually raced that day. I drove 150, 140 k's an hour, and most people will know I don't drive fast. Living in Port Elizabeth for 9 years, you drive 60, 70. So I drove to Cape Town. I got there like 10 minutes to 11 that night. My son was awake all the time. My eyes were wide open. And the next morning, I just said, let me just go and fix the tire. You know what? I need to get this done before we drive back. And when I walked up to the tire, I actually saw there was literally no thread on the tire, because it was the inner caster camber that broke. And I drove just away like that. So it cost me about over 7,000 to fix that and the tire, so I should have flown down. The point I want to make is, in your life, you got to say to yourself, is this the time that I want to make this work for myself? Is the timing right now? Or do I want to do it next week, next year, whenever? And most people know that when you start with something and you put your focus and your mind to it, like Sandy was pointing out just now, if you can put your mind to it and actually concentrate for a certain amount of time every day, even 50 minutes in LifeWave, you will move forward. You have to have momentum. And if you don't have momentum in any business or anything in your life, your marriage, you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to literally go back every month to where you were and probably end up leaving the whole thing. So that's not what we want to do. We want to move forward. And I want to tell you, if you can actually focus and visualize something in your eyes in front of you and say, if I can just see that position or that place I want to end up with, before I start off, again, like Sandy was pointing out, plan before you start. Where you want to aim, where you want to aim to, where you want to end off. Once you've decided that, I want to be a director. I want to be a manager. Baby steps, small little goals. And if you can say that to yourself and actually aim at that and motivate yourself every day, doesn't matter what happens with you. You've lost your work, death in a family, you're going through divorce, it doesn't matter. Just aim and focus to that point. Nothing is going to stop you. Nothing. I will, I can, I shall. No one is going to tell me what I should or shouldn't do. And I tell you, if you can tell that to yourself, I can assure you, no one else is going to say to you, you were a failure. I don't care how long it takes you. 5 years, 10 years, it doesn't matter. Some people are more focused than others.
It's a scam. Whenever you tell people about the business, oh, is it one of those pyramid schemes? Do you agree with me? Yeah. And then I used to get very upset when people tell me that, and I went into a defensive mode. But as you grow in this industry, and I've been in network marketing for 10 years now, you learn not to get upset, to listen, because maybe that person was scammed. So you also have to listen to them. So then I sit back and I ask them, what is your perception of a pyramid scheme? And then you can handle those objections. So what is network marketing? We're going to look at what is network marketing and what is a pyramid scheme. So network marketing is a business model based on direct sales,
Revenue is generated through product, service, sales, and recruitment. They focus on building networks of distributors, but they also provide proper training, like LifeWave. Pyramid scheme, our network marketing also is a legitimate, sustainable business, and recruitment is a secondary aspect. Although there's two legs, it's sales and recruitment. They do not only focus on recruitment. It's first sales and then recruitment. While pyramid schemes, they're illegal. They focus mainly on recruitment, and most of the time there's no product or service. Okay, so we're going to show you a nice video that explains pyramid schemes. The second misconception about network marketing is people think they can join it and they can do it as a hobby. I'm joining a network marketing company, I can do it whenever I want to or when I have time. So I've worked for a boss, I own 2 traditional businesses, and I've been in network marketing for 10 years. And I can tell you every one of those is commitment and hard work. Did you notice that there is a verb in the word network? Network? What is the verb? Work. But some people think of network marketing as let's try marketing. I often get people joining my team and then they will tell me, okay, I think I will give it a try. Do you also get it? I don't want those people on my team. After 10 years in this business, I'm really not that desperate because I need people who really want to work the business, wants to change lives, and who wants to make a difference and make money. So I will tell them then either you join the business and you do the business and you say, I'm going to do it. I'm going to give my best. Or, no, I'm not interested. It's either or, but there's no in between. Network marketing has created more millionaires than any other industry. You know that. But people often think it's a quick, rich, money-making thing. They can get rich quick overnight. But that is far from the truth. It's hard work, it's perseverance, it's goals, it's time. It's time. You can't get to millionaire status in 1 month or 2 months. Sometimes people join network marketing and after a week or a month, oh no, this is not working for me. Do you also get that? No, I've tried, it's not working for me. No, you're supposed to work. It's not supposed to work for you. You're supposed to do the work. Okay, so whenever I phone Chris or Lucinda or Sandy to ask them something, they will always tell me I'm on my way to a business meeting or a business presentation or busy working. Every single time, especially Sandy. I've spoken a lot to Sandy. She's been really a big, huge inspiration to me. But always, she's always doing the business every single day. On her way to business meetings, traveling, doing the business, seeing people. Okay, so it's hard work. Takes effort. Let us challenge the stereotypes and myths surrounding network marketing and recognize it for what it really is. A viable and valuable business model that empowers individuals to achieve their dreams and aspirations. Thank you.
This pyramid shape, people get really messed up with this pyramid. Oh, it's one of those pyramid things.
So I just think there are a lot of haters out there who really don't understand the industry and say, oh, it's a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a pyramid.
Well, corporate America is a pyramid scheme. You know what I mean? It goes like this. You have thousands of MBAs, let's say working for Ford. If all these MBAs are all trying to get to here, that's a pyramid. Only one guy's going to make it. Every 10 years, one's going to make it. Whereas you look at network marketing, it's like this. So you're here, and your job is to develop other CEOs coming up behind you. So it's an inverse pyramid.
It doesn't matter what shape the company is or the compensation plan is shaped, whether it's a circle or a pyramid or a triangle or a trapezoid, it doesn't matter. If compensation is coming primarily from recruitment, then you've got a problem. On the other hand, if an operation is basing their compensation to participants on the basis of sales, even when those sales are generated by people you've recruited, well, then you're a perfectly legitimate enterprise. That's the legal test, it's the practical test.
Another issue that's been true in the past that is no longer true now is people used to be in network marketing loaded up with products that they couldn't sell, and they ended up a loser. They ended up with a bunch of product in their garage, they ended up with a bunch of products sitting in their kitchen shelves or whatever, and they thought they could sell it, and then they weren't willing to or able to sell it, and they ended up with a bunch of stuff, and they were bitter about it.
There was this thing called front loading where you had to buy if you bought $25,000 worth of product, you got better commissions and all this. Today, it's almost all done by computer. It's direct mail, comes from a warehouse somewhere else. You don't have to have all this inventory. You don't have to stock up. Most of it's done online. You have a back office. It really works. And the technology has changed everything.
South Africa, how exciting it is to be here right now with you. And I can't believe what you have all created. This is a magnificent accomplishment on behalf of all of 333, and this is it, right? We're so happy to see what Chris and Lucinda have duplicated and have created in the country of South Africa, and how the teams and how the leaders of South Africa have been able to duplicate the simple steps of making managers. How exciting it is. Congratulations. I remember this being a thought, just a thought, a little less than a year ago in October, or was it October or August? August, excuse me, I'm sorry. And I remember this being a thought, and this thought has manifested into actual reality. How magnificent. What a huge accomplishment. Congratulations, my friend. This is truly just the beginning.
You guys, you called it. I'm so proud to sit here to say you did it. Yeah. And you're just getting started. Guys, this weekend is going to be big. The leaders that are teaching, take every nugget. There's going to be one nugget that's going to change the trajectory of your business. One nugget, one line, one tip. Something is going to change your business. And when you get it, you duplicate it. Yeah. And just become that manager-making machine. Managers is the core of the business, folks.
Yes.
You know this. It's the core of the business. Don't overcomplicate it. The more managers you make, the bigger your organization is going to be. And the more managers you make, the more money you're going to make. Guys, I am so proud. We are so proud of what you created out there. But let me tell you one thing. It just takes one more phone call, one more email, one more text, one more relationship. Okay? One more sharing of that patch that's going to change your business. Okay, when things get hard, always they say, I'm going to do it for one more day.
Yes.
And that one more day, and that one more text, one more email, one more relationship, one more hug will change your business. So remember this, I'm going to do it for one more day. And you guys have done it all this time. And look what you created, guys. You went against the grain. Corporate says it couldn't be done. Yeah. They said, Howie, it can't be done.
Little do they know.
Little do they know. It can happen. And you're just getting started. That is yours. This country is yours.
That's right.
And nobody else. We're proud of you. Keep doing the good work. We will both be seeing you soon out there in South Africa. And we're going to crush it with you guys.
Woo!
So proud.
She's dynamic. She's just absolutely phenomenal. She has dedicated her life to the finance profession, and she is going to speak to us about unlocking the power of binary. So if you are here and you still don't know what a binary is, sit up, get a pen out, because this is going to blow your mind. Paige. Please can I ask Paige Matthews to come to the stage.
I want to hear or see one hand in the air if you are excited to be here today. And now I want to see a second hand in the air if you are excited to be chatting binary commissions. Thank you, Greta, for a lovely introduction. My name is Paige, and what an honor and a privilege to be here with you today. Without further ado, I'm going to get straight into it. When I joined LifeWave, I had no idea what a binary commission was. And I mean that truthfully. I was on Google, like 101, what does this mean? And thank you to the very talented Sandy Feast, I managed to figure a few things out along the way, and I realized that the best way to think about a binary commission is as a points-based earning system where subject to certain minimum conditions, those points are convertible to cash. Now, everybody here, I'm sure, is familiar with the idea of walking into Pick and Pay, swiping your smart shopper card, and converting points to cash. Yes? Yes. Yes. That is the exact basis on which this system works. As I talk through some of the details, there is one key image that I need you to have in your mind, and it is that picture of you with two teams. Not one team, two teams. Two teams, and therefore, binary commission. Without getting bogged down in the details, I want to talk about 4 steps that I will guarantee you will maximize your binary commission, even if you've never heard of it before today. Like with anything in life, step 1 starts with you. You need to be enrolled as a gold member or above. Now, you can upgrade to gold over a period of time, or you can come straight in at gold. The minimum level that you need is gold. So that means if you are platinum or diamond, you are also in the clear. Once we've got ourselves right and where we need to be, we then shift the focus to building your team. Now, building your team requires 4 people, a minimum of 4 people, who are enrolled at a silver level or above. Again, it does not matter whether you upgrade to silver or whether you initially enroll at silver. Once you have that in place, you are well on your way to achieving the managerial rank that I have on the screen. Tapping into your managerial rank represents the starting point for unlocking these binary commissions. Once that happens, your binary commission earnings cap becomes $1,500 per week. I'm going to say that again because there's multiple amazing things in that statement. $1,500 per week, not per month. Now that is going to translate to roughly 30,000 Rand per week. Yes, yes. I can't think of anyone who's going to shy away from that. Once you achieve your managerial rank, you are then able to, and I'm going to speak about how in a little while, you are then able to begin progressing your rank from manager to director to senior director, all the way up to the Chris and Lucindas of this world, which is where we're all going. And so, the earnings cap of $1,500 progresses as your rank progresses, which is why reaching this managerial rank is key. Once you've reached your managerial rank, it then becomes important to focus on maintaining your active status. Now, there is a difference between maintaining rank or managerial level and maintaining your active status. As a manager, in order to hold on to your rank and to hold on to your active status, you need to be purchasing patches worth 110 points in every 30-day window. Now, X39 and X49 each carry 77 points per sleeve. All of your supplementary patches carry 55 points per sleeve. So to hold on to your managerial rank, for example, you would need to be purchasing one sleeve of X39 and one supplementary patch sleeve per 30 days. Now that is quite doable once this mechanism is working for you. When we then have a look at the 4 people in your team, assuming that they are not yet managers themselves, they need 55-point volume per 30-day window to remain in active status. So that is one supplementary sleeve. Once you are familiar with the idea that every sleeve has a point volume associated with it, what you start to see in your team, so within those 4 silvers that we have on the screen, is that points accrue to you based on the number of purchases that they are making. And this is where you can start to monetize this. In order to convert those points to cash, you need to be in a position where you have at least 330 points on one leg, and 6 people that they enroll all generate points that flow up to you and are convertible to cash. It's like a little Russian doll of
last year. If this product was on the shelves of the mass retailers, it would be selling for $300 to $400 a sleeve. And he made the decision to turn LifeWave into a network marketing company, because network marketing is the fastest growing industry in the world, and it's the fastest way to get the product into the hands of people through word of mouth. And I'm so grateful that he made that decision. Guess how old the network marketing industry is? I can hear some 40 years. I can hear some numbers. Wait, no, much more than 20. 136 years, guys. The network marketing industry has been around for 136 years. Okay, imagine in the old days, I mean, you guys have seen our back office. Would you call it a Rolls Royce or what? Let me tell you something. I've seen back offices in my life. What this back office does is nothing short of a miracle. And that's a lot of money that's gone into this back office. Imagine in the old days trying to do this with old books. Oh my word, that must have been an absolute nightmare. But the way network marketing evolved, the biggest turning point in network marketing came from alcoholics. Can you believe it? So the story started in 1929 person by the name of Bill Wilson. He was a stock market trader. 1929, where the stock market collapsed. Bill Wilson started drinking, alcoholic, on and off alcohol. Then what happened was he met with a guy, Dr. Bill. So Bill Wilson, and Dr. Smith, Bob Smith. They met for 6 hours. And you know what happened? They both stayed sober. You know what happened from there? They went to go speak to another alcoholic. And they met with him the next day. He stayed sober. And the ball started rolling. And they started having meetings. Every night, in different areas, they had AA meetings. They are over right now, as we're standing here right now. Did you know that there's 100,000 meetings happening right now, globally? 100,000 meetings. And this started with 2 people coming together. But what happened was, some of the founders of Amway, the Network 21 system, they went to AA meetings. And guess what they did? They took the concept of an AA meeting and brought this into the duplicatable system of how we have meetings today. That's why we all sitting here in this room today, because of 2 drunk people. Well, I just share that story with everybody. But let me tell you something, the network marketing industry, I had a taste of it 25 years ago when I was doing it full time. But now, before I go to that slide, if you understood residual income, you would walk through a brick wall to get it. Lucinda touched on it with the cash flow quadrant by Robert Kiyosaki. This is money that you're earning whether you decide to get out of bed or not, whether you decide to go to physical work, whether you're on holiday. This is work that you do now, and you're going to get paid over and over and over for it. But now, as Paige was saying, we were talking about binaries, but it didn't always start there. The old way of network marketing was unilevel. That's what I remember from 25 years ago. So I had my team, so person A, there's person A. So I sign up Henny as an example. Here's Henny, person A. Remember Henny? And you were my personal. And let me tell you, when Henny signed up, now Henny's been on this journey, we've been together for 28 years, right? Henny was in the first company I joined in 1998. I was handing out flyers, and Henny picked up my flyer at the car. You know what he did? He sent me a fax. A fax with 12 questions, asking me all these questions on fax. I had to type it back, print it out, and fax it back to him. Then he decided to join. Guys, do you know how time consuming that was? Now we just have WhatsApp and we send pictures and images and clips. We had to send faxes to each other before any would join. So that's where we come from. And we come from the uni level. We just sign up person B, person C, person D, and person E. You know what the problem is? They've got nothing to do with each other. They are ring-fenced from each other. They've got nothing to do with each other. Each person that you personally signed up, completely ring-fenced, right? Binary is what I call the eighth wonder of the world. What they've done is they've taken the old structure, and as Paige was saying, you pick this up, and you're putting it either to the left, or you're either putting it to the right. 2 teams. That's all you're building, is 2 teams. It can take 2 people to change your life forever. It only takes 2. But it doesn't mean that the first 2 people you sign up are going to be changing your world. There's a thing called the Pareto principle. It's called the 80-20 rule. And what I love about a principle, it's a law, like gravity. The law of gravity, if I'm holding this and I drop it, it falls to the ground. You know why? Because of the law of gravity. What I love about a law is it's a mathematical certainty. What I'm going to tell you right now is a mathematical certainty. Now, This works in all types of industries, not just network marketing. I've seen it in the different things I've done in my life. I was always very curious. Why is it that some people succeed more than others? Why is it that 20% of the people are making 80% of the money? Not just in network marketing, guys.
If the lion is the king of the jungle, how can he be the king of the jungle? If he's not the biggest, the elephant is probably one of the biggest. He can't be the fastest because that's a cheetah. He can't be the smartest. So he's not the biggest, the fastest, or the smartest. So how does a lion become the king of the jungle? His mentality. That's the only difference of a lion and an elephant. When a lion walks up and sees an elephant, he thinks lunch. An elephant thinks run. And it's all mentality. Because when a male lion walks up, he may be outnumbered by a pack of hyenas, but I'm king of my jungle because of my mentality.
What happens when you're a gazelle and you're not being pushed? You're not being prodded. You're not given a reward. Nobody's encouraging you. What happens when you're a gazelle and the lion's not chasing you anymore? You stop running. But what happens when you're a lion? When you're a lion, it does not make a difference. You realize that if your family is going to eat, that if that pack of lions is to survive, then you gotta go hunt. A part of being a beast just ain't eating a gazelle. A part of being a beast is the hunts. It's the hunt that they're excited about. They like to see the gazelles run. Then boom, they take off. Because real lions like to hunt. They love the process just as much as they love the prize. And some of y'all just want to score. You don't like the process. You're not in love with the process. A true hunter's goal is not the prize. A true hunter's goal is to hunt. That's what they live for. They live to hunt. They don't just live to catch it. It's the whole process. When you are a true hunter, you don't go by time, you go by the gazelle. When you are a true hunter, you hunt until you get a gazelle, and you don't stop until you get one. And then you get another, and then you get another, and you get another. If you're gonna do what you say you're gonna do, be what you say you're gonna be, you're gonna have to lion me out. You a gazelle, you're gonna come up short. You a gazelle, you're gonna have an average experience. You a student, I need you in lion mode. You an entrepreneur, I need you in lion mode. You trying to lose weight, lion mode. You can't do nothing significant in gazelle mode, nothing. Nothing impressive happens in gazelle mode. Nothing happens in run mode, give up mode, quit mode, scared mode, fearful mode, nothing happens. Everything happens in lion mode like I'm coming to get you.
Gorgeous. Okay, so please help me welcome a phenomenal friend, someone who I've built previous businesses with and who is just a never say die kind of person, always busy and even listens to your voice notes on times 2. Sandy, please join me on stage.
Doesn't she look excellent? Yes, right. So hi everyone. Firstly, thank you to all of you, to the team, to Chris and Lucinda. So the first thing is I want you to put on your thinking cap. What is the holy grail of network marketing? It's relationships and duplication. It really, really is. Without that, there will be nothing. It doesn't matter how much you know. It's how well you duplicate. So everything we do, we need to think, can I duplicate this? So don't run off on your own. Really don't. So some people say to me, Sandy, what is the first message you send to someone? And what's the second message? And what's the third? I'm horrified. absolutely horrified. Would you agree with me that we're all unique? Would you agree that every relationship is unique? And that's where we start. Okay, I wasn't sure what Chris had prepared here. I sent him stuff, so it's a bit of a surprise. Thanks, Chris. So what I do, and for the team, this is a work in progress. So people who joined many months ago haven't been exposed to all. So what I do, I like personal contact. I do not send WhatsApps, blast them out, or emails. I phone the person, or I see them in person, very briefly, except for Ilse, who spoke up here. I thought that would be a 10-minute call catching up an hour later. But she questioned me, and I could share with her. So the first thing I do is explain very briefly why I'm contacting them. And it's person to person. Then, exactly what Bridget said, I get their permission. I say to them as a follow-up, may I send you a 9-minute video clip? I happen to like Dr. Harmon. And I explain he's a brand partner like me. He's a chiropractor. You can re-listen to his video clip many times. I also say I'm going to send you this at info.com. Why do I send that? I send that because I want to point them in the right direction. I explain to them, and it's on the video, it's on the WhatsApp, that this contains videos, testimonies, patents, clinical studies, and you can convert it to any language by clicking on the flag. The other thing I do is, I ask them if they're on Telegram. Why do I do that? Because I want them to get on the Telegram testimony group. So I want them to see the science and the results. That's important. I explain. It's a non-chat group. Please, everyone, when I get in there and I see chat, I clear it. I don't care who said what. So, I explain that to them. And that there are more than 140 categories, and Chris probably over 800 testimonies now. And finally, I either send Poplar video clip. Have you all seen the sausage dog video clip? I know Poplar personally, cheeky little thing. I either send that or something appropriate. So, very brief things. Then I don't hound them. To me, it's all about relationships and sharing. I do not try and sell. I do not try and convince. It's always sharing from the heart what's right for that person. I don't concentrate on myself. It's that person. What I find is probably 95% of the cases come back to me and say, Sally, I love what I see. How much is it? How many of you get prices over the phone? Do not do it. I made the mistake up front. So when I'm asked, I say to them, I cannot give you a price because I do not know what package and which patches you want. And what I want them to do is use more senses and understand the company, the patches, and the benefits. So what I do is I ask them if they attend a live presentation or would they attend a Zoom. If they say no, because they don't have Wi-Fi or whatever, I ask them and get permission to send them a 1-hour recording. Why do I do this? I do it because it's so important to use at least 2 senses, hearing and seeing, absorbing. Now they can understand the benefits. I also say to them, you can photograph the packages and the patches, and then we can chat. Now, they then really don't. So some people say to me, Sandy, what is the first message you send to someone? And what's the second message? And what's the third? I'm horrified. Absolutely horrified. Would you agree with me that we're all unique? Would you agree that every relationship is unique? And that's where we start. Okay, I wasn't sure what Chris had prepared here. I sent him stuff, so it's a bit of a surprise. Thanks, Chris. So what I do, and for the team, this is a work in progress. So people who joined many months ago haven't been exposed to all. So what I do, I like personal contact. I do not send WhatsApps, blast them out, or emails. I phone the person, or I see them in person, very briefly, except for Ilse, who spoke up here. I thought that would be a 10-minute call catching up an hour later. But she questioned me, and I could share with her. So the first thing I do is explain very briefly why I'm contacting them. And it's person to person. Exactly what Bridget said. I get their permission. I say to them as a follow-up, may I send you a 9-minute video clip? I happen to like Dr. Harmon. And I explain he's a brand partner like me. He's a chiropractor. You can re-listen to his video clip many times. I also say I'm going to send you thisisIt.info.com. Why do I send that? I send that because I want to point them in the right direction. I explain to them, and it's on the video, it's on the WhatsApp, that this contains videos, testimonies, patents, clinical studies. And you can convert it to any language by clicking on the flag. The other thing I do is, I ask them if they're on Telegram. Why do I do that? Because I want them to get on the Telegram testimony group. So I want them to see the science and the results. That's important. I explain. It's a non-chat group. Please, everyone, when I get in there and I see chat, I clear it. I don't care who said what. So, I explain that to them. And that there are more than 140 categories, and Chris probably over 800 testimonies now. And finally, I either send Poplar video clip. Have you all seen the sausage dog video clip? I know Poplar personally, cheeky little thing. I either send that or something appropriate. So, very brief things. Then I don't harm them. To me, it's all about relationships and sharing. I do not try and sell. I do not try and convince. It's always sharing from the heart what's right for that person. I don't concentrate on myself. It's that person. What I find is probably 95% of the cases come back to me and say, Sandy, I love what I see. How much is it? How many of you get prices over the phone? Do not do it. I made the mistake up front. So when I'm asked, I say to them, I cannot give you a price because I do not know what package and which patches you want. And what I want them to do is use more senses and understand the company, the patches, and the benefits. So what I do is I ask them if they'll attend a live presentation or would they attend a Zoom. If they say no, because they don't have Wi-Fi or whatever, I ask them and get permission to send them a 1-hour recording. Why do I do this? I do it because it's so important to use at least 2 senses, hearing and seeing, absorbing. Now they can understand the benefits. I also say to them, you can photograph the packages and the patches, and then we can chat. Now, they then, in most cases, come back and say, I love this. I'd like to order, please. Now I go into quite an organized mode. I say to them, I'm going to send you 2 things. One is the toolbox. I explain what Chris has done. They look at the pages and they normally go, oh my word. But I explain what's in there. I get them to open it up. Also, I send Chris's contents separately so that they can glance at that. And I ask them to go to section 26, I think that's right. How to register. I know. Lindsay looks at me, I know, go to the toolbox, go to the toolbox. So I ask them to go to section 26, I think that's right. How to register. I know. Lindsay looks at me, I know, go to the toolbox, go to the toolbox. So I ask them to go through that, to familiarize themselves with what it is. I like to lead them through. And genuinely, and I heard Sandy talking about it once, it takes 5 minutes from beginning to end to register someone. Absolutely less than 10, if there is no chatting. So I go through it, I ask them, firstly they come back and they say, I love this package. We then discuss which patches. Now we know which package they want. I then ask them to get their information ready. Most of it's in their head, it's personal details. And to have their card ready, and is it cleared for online purchases? Key. Then we set a date and time, and I lead them through the process. Now they registered. I heard Chris talking earlier. That's not the end of it. That's the easy bit. Now life starts. So after enrollment, immediately, while they're on the system, they've enrolled, I ask them to log in. So immediately I'm starting to teach duplication. And I give them the login details. Now they've logged in. I ask them to find their order. It gives them security. They know how to log in. They know how to find their order. What I do in the meantime, I log in to me. I find them in the binary. Are they where I wanted them? Bottom left or bottom right? That's key. Do it within 5 minutes. And I send them a photo to say, I see you. Now, We're still not done. Enrollment's not through. If they're not on Telegram yet, I really encourage them to download Telegram, and I add them to the group. And Wilson, wherever you are, thank you. Wilson, I heard you talking about your Telegram group the other night. And we're going to look into that. Why Telegram? Because you can page back. That's the joy of Telegram. So I'm going to ask you to post it, okay? Also, I discuss with them what groups I'm going to add them to, and I get their permission. I add everyone to LifeWave info. Then if they're interested in animals, to the animal group. If they're medical or complementary health, I encourage them to go on to the doctor's group. Very interesting. And then finally, either my group, X39, that's nowhere near as hectic as Chris's Team333. And finally, we need to look at Chris's Team333 YouTube channel. And this is team.com. That's the Merits group. And we've got so much to learn from the Merits. Now, at this point, would you agree that you know whether this person just wants to use the patches? You know. If you're not sure, they have watched a recording or Zoom or something. You can ask them outright, would you like to refer? And only if they want to, do I then make sure I understand their why. Their why is important, even if they're only using the patches. I find out what their why is. That's the driving force. But that still doesn't determine their success. Do they have the desire, and are they willing to put in the effort? Are they teachable? We've moved. Anyway. So if they want to, as I said with the wire, I've leapt to another screen. I also show them how to do the leg setting and tell them where to find it in the toolbox. And I tell them to look up how to set up their referral link, to use my link, change my username to theirs. Now, when they want to refer, what I like to do, because everything is teaching, I say to them, I'd like us to get on a 3-way call. When you enroll your first 2 people, some people only need 1 call. When I lead them through, I get them to log in and to go to bottom right or left. I'm on a WhatsApp call normally, but you can do it on a Zoom. And then they follow what I'm doing. Have any of you gone to bottom left or right, clicked on the last plus sign, bottom left or right, and taken yourself through without reloading yourself? It's key. You actually understand the system fully. So I lead them through that. And then we duplicate and tell them to look up how to set up their referral link, to use my link, change my username to theirs. Now, when they want to refer, what I like to do, because everything is teaching, I say to them, I'd like us to get on a 3-way call. When you enroll your first 2 people, some people only need 1 call. When I lead them through, I get them to log in and to go to bottom right or left. I'm on a WhatsApp call normally, but you can do it on a Zoom. And then they follow what I'm doing. Have any of you gone to bottom left or right, clicked on the last plus sign, bottom left or right, and taken yourself through without reloading yourself? It's key. You actually understand the system fully. So I lead them through that. And then we duplicate, and they see that the person logs in, finds their order, and I get them to log in and find them bottom left or right. Now, as I said, with their why, if they want to build, I may not send them everything at once, because it can be overwhelming. But if they really want to build, I send them Chris's Getting Started with a Bang. Also, handling objections. The whole pyramid scheme is in there. And that was my bedtime reading. I read it over and over and over. I still love the 2-pager. I also point out where Chris's PDF complan is, and I resend it to them, as well as his compensation plan training. You've put in hundreds of hours into that. And then Page's training. But I asked them to go through in that sequence. And Chris and I think many of you will agree, Chris's compound training is superb. But when Paige came along and did part 1 and part 2, oh my word, what clarity. Thank you, Paige. Thank you. So that goes out to everyone. Then we move into actions. And this is where what I mentioned before. Why? Understand the person's why. Is it just to use the products? Or is it to share with a few people? Or is it really to build a big team? Also, how fast do they want to move? Are they teachable? And their why? Really, do they have the desire? Do they have the willingness? Are they going to put in their energy? Are they teachable? That's key. They need to plug into the system. This is where the work comes in. They've got to plug into the Zooms, to the live patching events, whatever they can do. It's what Lucinda said, the homework that she did. That's key, it really is. And so much is built offline. Now what I've found is, someone may say to me, I think of Lindsay. Lindsay has someone who she would like us to talk to. Be it one person, 2, 3, or a family. And I do a private Zoom on her behalf with her on the call. They feel special. They feel it specially for them. And they can ask questions. And so the relationships start. When someone says to me, Sandy, I've sent you a number, will you please phone them and tell them what patches they must use or sign them up? They get a very blunt call. I can tell you right now. I know, Sandy, no, I can be blunt. I phone them and I say, it doesn't work like this. I don't work for anyone, I work with people. And we build relationships. And I say to them, we always do 3-way calls. Why? Because how does the other person learn? And they need to duplicate. There's the odd time that one would break the rule. But that's how I work. Jan knows this. This is how we always work. Then there are 3 steps. When someone signs up and they want to build, I say to them, you need to go through 3 steps. First thing, enroll. Next step, become binary qualified. And I teach them that. 1 left, 1 right, bronze or above. Third step, get to manager as quickly as possible. Gold, 2 silver or above on both legs. All active. And Harvey has taught us. We become manager-making machines. Ilse touched on that. So get yourself to manager. Lead by example. People follow you. Your team follow you. They follow at the pace you work. Help them to become managers. Teach them to duplicate that. And something else Harvey taught me, which I didn't know about. Always introduce your builder's upline. Now the good thing is, if they're hooking into Zooms, and I'm fit and fast.
Guys, give it up to David Orhus.
Good morning, Johannesburg.
Good morning.
I'm David Hawes. And when Chris spoke to me and said, David, we'd like you to be one of the presenters, I said, yeah, baby. He gave me my subject. I said, oh, I know that. I can do that. Thank you, Chris. Then he said to me, you got 10 minutes. So we got a problem. You need to help me here with this problem. I've got 2 presentations. One is very fast. I speak very fast and I do this, and we do a lot of slides and it's very theory, or we slow it down and I give you something practical. Which one do you want?
Practical.
Good choice, because that's the one I've got. There you have a look at a picture of a beach and a sunset. In your mind, ask this question: sunrise or sunset? By the way, there's no correct answer, because it's your perception of where you are in your life, sunrise or sunset. And what it's about 6 inches. And when I say that, I get a certain segment of the male population going, yeah, baby. Not that 6 inches, guys. The 6 inches between your ears. It's all about mindset and what you do with your mind. The power of it. You've seen the lion. I love that. I love that. When you wake up, you better be running. Are they going to be eaten, or are you going to be hunted? Or are you going to go hungry? Are they going to be eaten, or are you going to go hungry? What gets in the way? Us. So follow me. Breathe in. That's the good stuff. Breathe out. Now for those people that have problem with that language, breathe in the good shit, breathe out the bullshit. For those sensitive people, I'll take it a step back and we'll go, as opposed to bullshit, can we call it bovine excrement? That's us getting in the way. Step out of the way. A lot of the time, you are the problem. Now, what I suggest you do, here's the practical bit. See that little piece of paper? I write this every single day. And those people that can actually see it's in color. I use multiple colors. Every single day in the morning, I write my affirmations. And there it is, what they need to be. Positive, personal, powerful, present tense, and add emotion. I'll give you my one. I've got a number of them, but the one that I'm going to give you is very simple and hopefully gives you that example. Thank you, Lord, for bringing the right people. Enough said. Now, the next practical thing is these three things: visualization, mantras, and meditation. And I love it. It's generally my gender and my vintage that looks at that and says, I don't believe in this hocus pocus, mumbo jumbo, up your nose. No, bullshit, sorry. Bovine excrement. Let's look at visualization. Anybody who's thought of winning the lotto or sat in a car or saw something and said, what is visualization? It's daydreaming. Just do it consistently and in a design that you say, that's where I want to go. Remember what they said about Chris writing, I want to be SPD? That's visualization. What is a mantra? Very simply, a mantra is something literally saying, how many times have you said to yourself, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this? Please, hopefully you're not saying, oh shit, I can't do this. Excuse me, bovine excrement, I can't do this. So a lot of the time that mantra is something where you're actually talking to yourself. I've got a very nice mantra. On the bottom of my shoes, my left shoe I've written guide, and under my right shoe I write us. So when I walk I go guide us, guide us. You can do that with your hands, guide us. You can do that with your head, guide me in the right direction. And meditation, I love meditation because again, my gender, same age group goes, David, I can't do meditation because most people think of meditation as, you know, that guy sitting in a lotus position in an orange robe going, I've never got there. In all the time let me say I have tried. I have tried, I've never got to that position. Read that. You don't have to be sitting in that position. Me personally, where do I get my meditation from? Walking. My meditation I do when I'm walking. And what do I do when I'm walking? What do most of us do most of the time? Shut up and listen. You'll be amazed what comes to you when you just shut up and listen. Things you need to remove from your vocabulary. Who doesn't know who that guy is? I'm not going to read it for you. Literally, what you say is where you end up. Who said this statement? Put your hands up if you've ever said that statement in your life. Nobody in the room. Most people in the room have said that. If I don't get my coffee, I will not function at all. Change the rhetoric. Same thing. Have a look. Positive. When I get my coffee, I function beautifully. Here's the word you need to remove from your vocabulary. The one on the left is the one that you most of the time use. The one on the right, replace it. Write it down. I'm not going to go through them. Please, the worst thing you can say to somebody is maybe. How do I work with a maybe? Can't. It's not a yes, it's not a no, it's where am I at? What am I doing? And the worst two statements you can have in your life is, I know that. Stops the learning process. We've always done it like that. Stops any innovation, any people thinking and moving forward. And the last one, remove the I and the me, and it's us and we. Who's the us and we? You and your team. You cannot do this on your own. You need a team. Now we're going to have some fun. To solidify this, we're going to use our mind, our body, and our soul. Who saw the movie 300? Do you remember that scene in the movie 300 where the envoy comes in and he says to the Spartans, surrender to us, lay your sword down and we won't kill you. And what does the main guy do? He stands there and the envoy is standing with his back to a pit. And he says, this is Sparta. Boom! And he kicks the guy into the pit. So this is what we're going to do, to get a little bit of energy to get this into your head. Say this after me. This is our time now. Say it. This is our time now. Stand up. Now remember, we've all got an energy, we've all got a vibe. Let's do this. This is our time now. Put a bit of action into this. This is our time now. One more.
This is our time now. Well done. Thanks, David.
Life presents us with a choice: to be like a chicken confined to the ground, pecking around within the fences we see, or to be an eagle soaring to great heights, overcoming boundaries with a broad perspective. Be an eagle, embrace courage. Chickens stay comfortable on the ground. Eagles, however, face the fear of heights and the unknown. To be an eagle in your life, you must embrace courage, taking risks that elevate you beyond your current limits. Step out of your comfort zone and into the vast skies of possibility. Fly high, pursue excellence. While chickens settle for whatever is on the ground, eagles aim for the peaks. Pursuing excellence means setting your sights higher, striving for the best in all you do. Whether in education, career, or personal growth, aim to be at the pinnacle, just like the eagle that perches atop the tallest trees. Rise above, overcome challenges. Life's winds might be fierce, but remember, eagles use these winds to lift them higher. Each challenge you face is an opportunity to rise, to use the resistance to gain a greater view of life's landscape. When problems arise, don't shrink back like a chicken under the coop. Spread your wings and rise above. Gain perspective. Embrace vision. Eagles have sharp eyesight, able to spot their prey from great distances. Be an eagle by developing vision in your life. Look beyond the immediate. Plan for the future with wisdom and foresight. Where chickens see the next meal, eagles see the entire field. Inspirational call to action. Don't be content with the ground level. Choose to soar. In your life's journey, adopt the spirit of the eagle. Fearless, resilient, visionary. Let your dreams fly high, and don't be afraid to stand alone on the wind's edge. The world from above is waiting for you, vast and beautiful, filled with opportunities and new horizons. Be an eagle and soar to greatness. Strive to be an eagle and not a chicken. You were created to be great, awesome, and amazing. Fly high, my friend. Fly high. Until next time, stay sword motivated.
You look good, girl.
So that's before COVID, right? So how many years is that now? 4 years? 4 years. 3, 4 years. Okay, 3 years. Let's say 3 years, right? 4 years, okay, whatever. And I've had 3 strokes. And I mean serious strokes. Okay, the last one I should have died. And I had to take all these medicines and drugs and all these things that you get hooked on. And I was very, very happy when I saw that slide. Yeah? Can you see that slide there? It releases our copper peptides. Those are some of my illnesses. Okay. So those illnesses tell you that throughout my life, I've been ill. And after my 3rd stroke, God gave me another chance. So people say to me, you are blessed. You've been chosen. if I've been chosen, how I have been chosen is through lights, guys. We all are part of lights. God's lights.
John 3.
Exactly. Exactly, sir. So, my job wasn't done here on earth. I still had a lot to do. Okay, and I'm like, again, really, still no. Another head, nah? Okay. I just took a couple of these pictures over here to show you that you can be healthy. You can use them for sport. And that guy at the bottom over there, his name is Joseph. And recently Joseph phoned me after bleeding through his nose for 4 days to tell me he's dying.
Oh.
I then say, well, go to the clinic, thinking it's a little nosebleed. Okay? Shame. He sends me pictures. I nearly fainted. He had a bowl full of blood. A bowl full of blood. He went to the clinic and what did they give him? Panada. Panada, for goodness sake. Go home and rest. On Wednesday he phones and he says, I'm dying. I'm dying. What are my children going to do? I'm dying. So I say to Joss, my husband, and I say to him, oh, I don't know what to do. So I send a message to Joseph, please go and see a doctor. No, you'll go see a doctor. What he didn't tell me at that stage was that he didn't have money for the doctor. How much does a doctor cost these days? 600 Rand, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't have the money for a doctor. So now he's been bleeding. This is Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday I phone, how are you? Still bleeding. Why didn't you go to the doctor? I'm short of money. Anyway, I scrounged up some money and I sent one of my guys. I run a business, by the way, shame. Okay. Not for very long, shame. Okay. And I sent home 3 patches. All right? And I put an A1 patch on the side of the carotid artery where the blood is going up because it's a nosebleed. And the X39 on that side. Can everybody hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. And then glutathione on the leg. It stopped. I sent little pictures, okay? I had to draw it. And sent Elvis home with the patches and the money. And I said, now you go home. And I wrote a little letter on what to eat and what to drink. Because of course they don't drink anything, right? They're feeling sick. He stopped bleeding, guys, 10 minutes after being patched. Wow. Do I believe in this product?
Yes! Come on.
I want to tell you something. In the 15 months that we have been going with this product, I have de-aged. I have de-aged. I have. You saw the picture? Let's check that picture again. Look at that, guys. Come on now.
Oh, I love this.
So, I've been doing quantum for a long time now. I started with reflexology, aromatherapy, patches. They are lights. And light works with water. They're the 4 elements, right? And we've got them all here together in this fantastic product. I love this product. What it has done for my husband, Joss has got Parkinson's. 2 months ago, Joss was in hospital with a stomach ache. Got Parkinson's, right? I stopped him from a wheelchair. He's no longer in a wheelchair. No longer needed a caregiver. Running around, driving, doing all kinds of things. And 2 months ago, something happened. It's Parkinson's. What can I say? And he took himself to hospital. In that hospital, they neglected this man so badly that I just want to cry. They put his food on the right side of his body, and he's shaking so badly he can't eat. The left side of his body is on a drip. What do they do with him when they drug him? What do you do? Well done, fantastic. I'm so proud of you specialists, well done. I then go to the specialist, I said he needs a neurologist. If there's nothing wrong with his stomach, he needs a neurologist. He's got Parkinson's, right? You're hijacking us all the time, Desiree. Yes, I am. I want my husband to be looked at. Please, you're the medical field. That's what you trained for. They sent him home. Still shaking, still sick, still with a terrible tummy ache. Terrible tummy ache. So, I went through my patches and through my training, and we have got a protocol that you cannot believe. Joss, would you like to stand up for me, please? Stand up. So when it comes to the belief in this product, okay, would you realize, do you understand? It's just a journey.
Yeah.
With our inner light, looking after our outer light, educating our brains, using our energy, embracing life on a physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and financial. All that anxiety in our lives are gone. And I today believe that this is my path. This is where I'm going. Because I need to share this with every single person I can.
Before they are over. I wanted to go, but it was a 2-hour drive from Laguna to Lake Arrowhead. I will come next Thursday, I promised, a little reluctantly on her third call. Next Tuesday dawned cold and rainy. Next Tuesday dawned cold and rainy. Still, I had promised, and so I drove there. When I finally walked into Caroline and house and hugged and greeted all my grandchildren, she said, I said, forget all the daffodils, Caroline, the road is invisible. In the clouds, the fog, there's nothing in the world except you and these children that I want to see bad enough to drive another inch. My daughter smiled calmly and said, we drive in this all the time, Mother. Well, you won't get me back on the road until it clears, and then I'm heading for home, I assured her. You know, some people won't even come to meetings because it's raining. It was cold. We've got that too, eh? I was hoping you'd take me over to the garage and pick up my car, I said. How far will we have to drive? Just a few blocks, Caroline said. I'll drive. I'm used to this. After several minutes, I had to ask, where are we going? This isn't the way to the garage. We're going to my garage the long way, Caroline smiled, by the way of the daffodils. Caroline, I said sternly, turned the car around. It's all right, Mother, I promise. You'll never forgive yourself if you miss this experience. And so it's people that are going to miss this opportunity, and you're going to see what comes up now. After about 20 minutes, we turned into a small gravel road, and I saw a small church. On the far side of the church, I saw a hand-lettered sign that said, Daffodil Garden. We got out of the car and each took a child's hand, and I followed Caroline down the path. Then we turned a corner of the path, and I looked up and gasped. Before me lay the most glorious sight. It looked as though someone had taken a vat of gold and poured it down over the mountain peak and slopes. The flowers were planted in majestic swirling pattern, ribbons and sways of deep orange, white, lemon yellow, salmon pink, saffron, and butter yellow. Each different color variety was planted as a group, so that it swirled and flowed like a river its own, with its own unique hue. There were 5 acres of flowers. That's where we're all going to end up when we reach our goal, eh? And then she said, but who has done this? I said to Caroline. Just one woman. Only takes one. Chris was the one that took it first. She lives on the property. That's her name. Caroline pointed to a modest, A-framed house that looked small and modest in the midst of all the glory. We walked up to the house. On the patio, we saw a poster. Answers to the questions I know you're asking was the headline. And that's what we've all got to learn, is to ask lots of questions before we talk to a person, because you'll know what's going on in their life if you ask enough questions. The first answer was simple. 50,000 bulbs, it read. The second one was, one at a time, by one woman. We do things here also, one at a time. One person, one woman. 2 hands, 2 feet, and very little brain. The third answer was, began in 1958. There it was, the daffodil principle. For me, that moment was life-changing. I thought of this woman who I'd never met, who more than 50 years ago had begun, one bulb at a time, to bring her vision of beauty and joy to an obscure mountaintop. Still just planting one bulb at a time, year after year, had changed the world. Are we trying to do that? I think we are. And, I lost my place here, sorry. This unknown woman had forever changed the world in which she lived. She had created something of indescribable magnificence, beauty and inspiration. Her principle, or the principle of her daffodil garden, has taught one of the greatest principles of celebration. That is learning to move towards your goals and desires, one step at a time, often just baby steps at a time, and learning to love the doing, learning to use the accumulation of time. When we multiply tiny pieces of time with small increments of daily effort, we too will find we can accomplish magnificent things. We could change the world. It makes me sad, in a way, I admitted to Caroline, what might have accomplished if I had thought of a wonderful goal 35 or 40 years ago and had worked away at it one bulb at a time through all those years. Just think what I might have been able to achieve. My daughter summed up the message in her usual direct way. Start tomorrow. Thank you.
Life and health. Why I'm saying this? Because it's how it is. Thank you, George. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you, Wilson. And thank you so much to all the leaders who organized the presentations, the Zoom meetings, and all the interactions. Thank you.
Okay, there is actually something else I would like to add, even though I'm not there in the room. So, listen, who here has got financial anxieties? Please put your hands up if you do. Okay, and who here likes helping other people? Please put your hands up if you do. I think there's going to be a lot of hands up now. So now, with what I said before, that the money we receive from LifeWave is an expression of the success that we're having in helping other people. Can you all get on your feet and open your arms out really wide and feel that money coming to you as you are helping other people? Yeah? Can we do that? I'd love to see that on video. That would be amazing. We did that in a room in Lisbon with 430 people got up on their feet. So, have a great event. See you guys later.
Okay, would everybody stand up?
I'd love to see that on video.
Okay.
That would be amazing. We did that in a room in Lisbon with 430 people.
There we go.
So, have a great event.
Say LifeWave South Africa, LifeWave South Africa. There we go, our first event in South Africa. So proud of you guys. Well done to every single one of you. Well done.
Why are we here today? Oh, yes, it is. Okay, why are we here today? All of us. I think there's only one thing, and I listen to you, Chris, always. And you learn so much about myself, about the LifeWave, the support, the respect, the relationship. All I can say, I can be only here now. My 50th matric reunion is still going on at Brunepladam. So I'm just speaking and then I'm leaving. And that's not so well because they're so cross with me because I'm not there. Okay, so why are we here today, Chris? We are here, we have all of our emotions, connections, interactions. All of you, yeah. And for me, it's built on emotions, trust, mutual understanding, and just go on. But a very healthy relationship are built on genuine desire to support each other, to become the best person you can be. And Chris, you are the best person I know. Because it's built on open communication, respect, and now I'm going to put this in there. I can't read there. Valuing each other's opinions and individuality. We all feel safe here today. Our interaction is getting our communication skills better. We want to spend more time with each other. We want to learn from each other. Yes, I think I'm first because I'm nearly the oldest here, I think. Because I'm from the But very important is our regular maintenance of relationship. You know, I look at that dog. You know, what is a dog doing? A dog is listening to his master. If you say come, he comes. If you say stay, he stays. And that is what we all must learn. Helping others to help actually ourselves. That is relations. I think now there's 40 people in Ploddown. 40 people. We are our 50th matric reunion. And we, every second year, we have that. Isn't that a fantastic, healthy relationship? Because whom of you have it? Okay. So, what is relationship? That brings trust, commitment. And my goal is like this. I want to move forward in this business. The day I started network marketing, in 1995, it's more than 35 years ago, I didn't know anything about networking. And if I look back, I'm so happy for all the people I've met through all the years. So, then I must go and talk about, there you see, it's a connection and a bond between individuals. Trust, emotion, mutual understanding, communication, empathy, forgiveness, and growth. You know, forgiveness, I'm going to talk about the F, a flower, later on. Okay, Chris, you can go to the next one. So, what is multi-level marketing? Multi-level marketing, there at first seat now, it is an unlimited income, flexibility. For me, to stay in the middle of nowhere with technology, with only Zooms and a phone, I can build a multi-level marketing business in the comfort of my own house. That is so fantastic for me. But what is MLM? MLM is a business model where individuals are recruited to become distributors for a company products or services. These distributors earn commissions on the sales, but also on the sales of the people they recruit. And you know, there's an upline, there's a downline. Sandy, I must say, you have all the help to keep waiting for me for more than 8 months. I wasn't ready. I was at all the excuses in the world. Money, time. No, I can't do it. I don't have the trust in myself. So Sandy, thank you for keeping me and giving me a position. I can't thank you more than enough for that. So bear in mind, have time for your people. Listen to your people. So we have an upline and a downline. You know, there's new scheme, AIM, LifeWave, Herbalife, all those companies started on multi-level marketing companies. Okay. But the main thing for me is our compensation plan, what we have, is absolutely phenomenal. I never ever seen any plan like that. All right. But you know why? There is such a lot of different individuals coming to this company. Why? Of the flexibility, The income is absolutely unlimited. And for the first time, because did you know that we are the fastest growing business in the 21st century is multi-level marketing. Good. So, then personal development. And I want to say to that to a lot of new young. I know Andre is sitting here. It's the first time she is in network marketing. But you know what? You have to change your mindset. If you don't change your mindset, you're not going to do it. Develop and learn to talk to everyone, like Chris. Chris said here, he talks to everyone. And daily, get small daily habits. Be the product of the product. That is what I learned in network marketing. For me, the best is, I'm not like Sarah to invest 35,000 Rand. Here you have only invest a small amount. That is so nice. Anyone can join with only a bronze packet. There you can start. Good, but the main thing in your personal, I think I have a desire to succeed, and I have my goals why I don't want to succeed. And then Chris, I make it very small and talkative, like the dog. I'll show you the slides. Chris, you can go on to the next one. No, the next one. The LifeWave one. I sent it to you. Okay, but that is why, okay, Chris, don't worry. My LifeWave journey started 8 months ago. And I really need the L. What is the L? The L is standing like the dog to listen and learn. He is a master. All of us must do it, you know? All of us sitting here is gifted from God. All of us. But you must open your package and go and find and seek it. Nobody else can do that. So, the A, the I, integrity. LifeWave, the I is for me integrity. Our company is such a lovely company with a lot of integrity. Best product in the world. We haven't got any competition. That's what I can say. But let today, Andre, be the start of something new. You start. Because you're unique. Alright? Be the reason for someone is smiling today. Invite people, Louis, daily. Not weekly, daily. Alright? They're my team, that's why I can say that. The F is your focus. Focus on your goals. Not your obstacles, as Chris said here. He and Lucinda had a lot of obstacles. Alright. A flower, you know, for the F doesn't compete to the flower next door or next to you. No, it's just blooming. So all of you can just bloom. Be the reason someone is smiling today. I want it, I'm smiling with you. Because you are absolutely in a wheelchair and you make the effort to come here because your focus is right. Now, energy. Don't use your energy on negative things or things to worry. Please, take it away. The E is standing for energy. Use it believing in yourself. Like Chris said, like David Schmidt said, believe in yourself. Be proud of everything you've done to yourself. Be the product of LifeWave. Embrace positively. Ooh, Sandy, the world. You know what? Chris showed us the sheep. And the sheep is actually, for a farmer, it's a nice animal to have, but it's really dumb. So I think we are God's diamonds, all of us, no matter where you are. Because I think the world needs more people like that. Because we help people financially, emotionally, spiritually. And sadly, I was only asking for $100. And now I'm nearly at $1,000 a week. You know what? But Louis, stop waiting for next week. Next month. Next year. It doesn't help. Do it later. Make the most of the moment you are in. Sorry, Sanya, I have to wait for 8 months for me. Okay, but the product. What is the product? This product. I'm not a drinker, I'm not a smoker, but the product is affordable. That I can tell you, in your health. My sister is dying now. My sister-in-law, she's got 60 years of age. I was there the whole day. It's not nice to see something. She's so young, but the cancer is taking her whole body. All right. So the product is for me affordable. Work hard, stay consistent, be patient. See the beauty and be grateful for what you have. Your life is full of abundantly blessings. Core values. What is it? There's only 2 in this whole company for me. It is honesty and fairness. Product. Our product offers great values. It is outstanding. You see company for 20 years internationally. I can sit in the comfort of my house earning dollars. Where else can you do that? In South Africa. All right. Enjoy. Having fun. That is the last E. Enjoy having fun. We don't need to be brilliant or rich or smart or perfect. We only need to care for each other. That's all. Even enjoy your small efforts repeatedly, day in and day out. Make time, having fun, and make a difference in someone's life. And if I look back in my 35 years of network marketing, I always try to represent myself happy. Because initially, it becomes my gradually, it becomes my habit. And finally, it's my personality. And all of us have got a personality. Don't try to be someone else. It doesn't work. Okay, I'm finished. Let's take hands. Make this journey and help Chris and Lucinda with all the obstacles they had. I had also. As I say, I'm doing and trying every day to invite new people to this business. Let us take Chris and Lucinda's hand, our CEO, David Schmidt, all the people. We can build this in a year's time, in next year. And you know what, Sandy? I don't want to be who has $1,000 now. I can see I can get more. So why am I staying?
You guys looked amazing. You can turn to your neighbor and say, you look gorgeous. If it's not your wife, please don't. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Let me quickly honor our super hosts, Lucinda and Chris. Thank you for letting me speak at this auspicious occasion. My name is Moses, like our host said. I'm a father to 3, a grandfather to 3, and a husband to 1. I have been a serial networker for more than 20 years. Every morning in Africa, a gazelle wakes up. It knows it must outrun the fastest lion or it will die. Every morning in Africa, a lion wakes up. It knows it must run faster than the slowest gazelle or it will starve. It doesn't matter whether you are a lion or a gazelle. When the sun comes up, you'd better be running. This is the reality that a networker faces every day. The industry punishes mediocrity harshly. It rewards hard work handsomely. There's a palpable tension between where we are and where we want to be. It is like walking a tightrope against the background of demands on time, resources, and oftentimes positive feedback without little or without no commitment at all. So what happens when the chips are down? In 2017, at the peak of a networking business, with a team spanning across South Africa, Botswana, Swaziland, and Lesotho, I was working and earning in excess of 100,000 rands. Within 5 months, after the business model was changed, my income dropped to a mere 10,000 rands. Less than 10,000 rands. We're fast becoming a proverbial story. From heroes to zeros. This had a ripple effect with team members looking for business opportunities elsewhere. It was traumatic, to say the least. There's no man so afraid as the one who stands to lose everything. I had to cut out our losses. I jumped off the sinking Titanic. Then came the season when I moved from one network to another. It was incredibly frustrating. Out of the blue came an opportunity of a lifetime. We had been headhunted to launch an American networking company in South Africa. We got invited to Tampa, Florida, all expenses paid, to meet the CEO and founder of the company, and thereafter attend a conference at the Ameria Arena in Tampa. At a pre-convention cocktail, the meeting the night before, in the hotel lobby, I met no less than 15 dollar millionaires. It was incredibly exciting. You can imagine my excitement. After 4 years of consistently building momentum, our dreams were shattered. The launch in South Africa was called off. I got disillusioned, demotivated, and depressed. I vowed never, ever to get into networking business again. Fast forward to 2024, February, we're not looking. In fact, I was still not interested in network marketing. LifeWave found us. That's a story for another day. So, what happens when the chips are down? To the trailblazers, we celebrate and salute you. To those who feel overwhelmed by their lot, I dare you, rise up. Number one, keep walking. No one standing has ever triumphed, no matter how well constituted. The magic is in the doing. Doing what? Developing a contact list, always updating it, inviting guests to touch matters, or better still, hosting them. Learn all there is to the business. Raise the bar. Challenge the status quo. Work more than your upline or your downline. Attend carefully to your posture. Have a posture that says, I can. Speak your mind. Put your desires forward as if you had a right to them. And as if your life depended on it, because it does. People, including yourself, will start to assume that you are confident and able. The law of attraction will begin to work in your favor. Number 2, dream and keep dreaming big. If your dreams are not hairy, scary, and audacious, think again. All that has been achieved by our leaders and beyond can be achieved. All there is, everything, including feats in health and engineering and everything else that is called impossible dreams, started as a singular dream, pursued relentlessly. There's only one person standing in your way. It's you. Yes. Shut out the voices of disapproval, discouragement, and self-doubt. Measure yourself against the high flyers in LifeWave. It's the price we all pay for aim, achievement, and ambition. Number 3. Maybe I should go back to number 2 in case you didn't see that one. Please make note of that. Number 3, it's not a sprint. Understand, Rome was not built in a day. A short distance runner does not run the same way as a marathon runner. Agility, nimbleness, and execution will indeed boost your confidence. In the long term, patience and persistence will pay off handsomely. Stay in your lane. Decide what network business you want to be in. Invest your all in it. My wife of 29 years is a subject of my diligent study every single day. Learn to put your pleasures for security. Put them aside. And invest time and effort. In time, the roles will reverse. The security that you have built will give you immeasurable pleasure. We are on the verge of something great. We are not retelling hotels. A star is born. South Africa is firmly on the map. We are writing our story. Chris, our history. How exciting is that? As I look around here, I see greatness. I see a new crop of leaders changing people's lives and shaping our future in ways that could have never been imagined before. Nelson Mandela once said, I quote, "It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. As we let our light shine, we unconsciously give the others permission to do the same. When the chips are down, I dare you to be counted. Let your light shine." Yes. Thank you.
Good day, everyone on this beautiful day in Johannesburg, just after 3:33 in the afternoon, for the first meeting ever for Team 333. My name is Ilse Litter. I'm from Cape Town, and I want to talk about the team today. Now, there's two books of John Maxwell. The one is The 360-Degree Leader, which means you can be anywhere in the team, in our Team 333, and have an influence and have changes and bring prosperity to the whole organization. He also has the book Team. He's got one of the two books in one volume, but team is of essence in our beautiful industry. Before I left Cape Town, I asked one of our team members, Charles, what's the acronym again for team? And he said to me, together everyone achieves more. So we're different teams. We're this team together here today. We are each teams in Cape Town. We've got a big team, but we also have our teams belonging to different uplines, different teams, we've got different leaders. But together we're a team. If you look at the stadium there in the middle of the page, that can take a team's people of 56,000 brand partners. That's a team again. In South Africa, we've got 11 different official languages. I'll just give you one other example. Span. This is a language that comes from 23 different languages. And let's just break it down. Then I'll get back to the English example. Die S in span sê die spoed van die leier bepaal die spoed van die span, die tempo van die span. The Team 333 WhatsApp groep is die groep van die span. Die P staan vir progressiewe enthousiasme, entheos, God binne in ons gee die lig terug aan die wêreld. John Maxwell praat van 'n burning bush, 'n brandende braambos, sê die Bybel. Dit is wat, as jy iemand sien wat so lyk soos 'n brandende braambos, hy staan daar en brand hy trek mense nader. Dit is daai enthousiasme binne in menself. Dan die aantrekkingskrag, jy trek jou bende nader, ek sal dit meer verduidelik in die Engelse een, en dan waarvoor staan die N? Dit staan vir nou maak ons meer bestuurders. Ek sal dit weer verduidelik in die Engelse een. Okay, let's get back to the universal language English. Team, together everyone achieves more, in our setup means far more than that, because we're the most special company that you can find. To get back to Charles's definition, together everyone achieves more. Now, for the LifeWave definition. The first one, the speed of the leader determines the speed of the team, the tempo of the team. Now, if anyone new comes onto our Team 333 WhatsApp group, you can feel the pulse of the team, you can feel the tempo. Some people feel bewildered, some say, yes, give it on, give it more, I'll go for it. So one must have a look at your team members, what type of personality they have, but one gets taken up with the tempo of the team. We are across country, we are across continent, and there's input all the time into that WhatsApp group. The second one, enthusiasm. Entheos means God within, giving light back. It's like John Maxwell talks about the burning bush. If you look, if someone, you have some people that when they walk into the room, it just fills the room and you can feel it. It's tangible. Their energy is just that high. Now today in this meeting, our energy levels are scream high. We all have X39 patches on the back. When we started, Chris gave us those energy enhancers, one on the white one on the right pulse and the tan one on the left pulse. Our energy levels are extremely high in this room. And then we get to the A part, attract your tribe. You just keep on going. If you look at Onyx Cole, she just says, I just keep on, and she just does a pattern of 331 every single day of talking to new people. introduce them to the technology, introduce them to health, and introduce them to wellness and goodness in their lives. You can see the character and ethos of each and every team at the conference a mile away. Now, it's no offense to our Pretoria people. I come from Pretoria, but you can see the Pretoria poppies, and then you see the laid-back Cape Townians, and you see the sun-soaked Durbanites, because they've got more sun in Durban than in Cape Town. But we are all together. We are still part of the 333 team. Eric Worry once did a conference where he was talking, and then he just took his laptop a little away, and the camera zoomed in on his feet. He had flip-flops on. He says, our team wear flip-flops very neat the upper part when they do zooms, but flip-flops at the bottom. That's a team. That's a team character. That's a team tradition. And then the most important of all, a lot of people said to me when I asked them, how would you describe team? They said the M stands for motivation. That's very true. It also is part of that whole thing that says together everyone achieves more. But in our case, it's just 3 letters. Make more managers. That's the crux of our team. That's the crux of our impetus forward. That is why this team is the number 1 in the world as far as movement forward and duplication is concerned. Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Adelaide Mongalo to the stage. She's going to speak to us about working smart and the difference.
Good day, everyone.
Adelaide. Hello, Adelaide.
Hi, my dear. Hi, my love. Oh, yeah. It's a journey. But before I even begin, I genuinely want us to offer our gratitude to Dr. David Schmidt. Here we are given a second chance of our life and health. Why I'm saying this? Because it's how it is. Thank you, George. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you, Wilson. And thank you so much to all the leaders who organized the presentations, the Zoom meetings, and all the interactions. Thank you, guys. I just want to share something, a little bit, story of my life. I was raised by a single mother. Why I want to share this is because I am where I am today because of listening to that woman. While I was in high school, she used to wake us up on Saturdays at 5 in the morning. We grew up in the village, and she would say, guys, let's go to the field. And we say, Ma, on a Saturday, we are resting. She will say, okay, my kids, rest, and when you wake up, tell me how much you found under your pillow. That's what she said to us. But because by then I was still young, I was like, what's wrong with this woman? And she will say again, you know what? There will be a day where you'll be sleeping, resting, and no one will shake you to wake up. But because I was still young, I was like, but now, because I'm growing younger, I say, oh, this lady was meaning that when she say there will be a day where no one will wake you up, it's when you are doing it. That's all, it makes sense to me. Let me work hard. Okay? Just want to show you something. When they say life is unpredictable, it is really unpredictable. Because today I'm standing in front of you with my 2 feet, and by December I could not stand like this. Wow. I'm sorry about this, maybe some people might not see it, but I just want to add on why I'm saying life is unpredictable. This is me in July last year, doing 10.35 Ks each day, as young as I am. Why I hang on doing this is because I've seen the benefit of being fit. In 2003, I had a pancreatic tumor. And my surgeons, before I could be operated, said to me, Adelaide, you must expect to be in ICU 10 to 13 days. But because I was fit, I was in ICU for 4 days. Okay? I just want to add on my testimony, because every one of you who is here have my testimony. What I want to add on that is, it's a challenge. While I'm busy using my patches, because I'm on X49, iron, X39, there are times where I would send Wilson a voice note and say, Wilson, tell me, what's going on? And Wilson said to me, hang in there. And I will hang in there, but it became difficult. That was 3 weeks in succession where I was feeling like I'm very sick, but I never lost hope. I said, I'm hanging in there. Why? Because I've been going through what I was going through with rheumatoid arthritis from 2012. But I was diagnosed with that, but I was walking, running, doing everything. Going back to where I say life is unpredictable. It just became boom in December last year. There were days when I have to wake up, it was difficult. Why am I waking up? Because I'm going back to work. I've been working for Wits University for 35 years. I retired 2022. 2023, they called me to come and assist. 2024, they called me to come and assist. But when I'm driving, going to work, when I have to check off out of my car, it was so difficult. I would be like, park, open the door, try to check off. What's going on? I'm talking alone now. What is this? Okay, hang on, something to balance. Hey, I can't. I'll sit and laugh at myself and say, yeah, it's fun. But then I'll try again, then I walk out. But I'm saying this to you guys, I'm sharing this with you. It's a follow-up on my testimony that, yes, it's a journey, and I am walking the journey. Now, when I take off from the car, I will sit, park, sit, breathe in, try, go, and yes, it's me. Then I will walk. And it wasn't like that. Mary McAntonish called me in December, said, Adelaide, how are you? I said, I'm fine, Mary. And how are you? I said, I'm fine. Adelaide, I've got something to share with you. I said, Mary, come on, stop it. How, Adelaide, just listen. I said, Mary, come on, stop it. I'm tired with network marketing. I am tired, Mary. Please, leave me alone. And I was serious. She hung up, and I said, you know what, it's fine. That was December. Drove home to Malanga. I never enjoyed my life. I never enjoyed my December. I could not do anything. I used to sleep with a pillow under my knee. But what I want to say to you, they say don't lose hope. While I was home, I called my nephew. He's a medical doctor, he's a general practitioner. I said, son, say, Mom, I'm dying. Why? My knee, it was swollen. He said, what's wrong with you? I said, I don't know. What medication are you on? I told him. I said to him, but now it's deteriorating. I don't know. How can it deteriorate while I'm on medication? That was my chronic. Then I got back, gave me a letter, went for x-ray. X-ray came out, said, I had rheumatoid arthritis. Now it says osteoarthritis. Then I said, my son said to me, Ma, just wait for next week because now most of the specialists have gone for holidays. I said, okay, it's fine. While I was sleeping, I said, oh, okay, let me call Mary. So I called Mary, that was Thursday morning. Mary said, hi, Adelaide. I said, can we meet? She said, where are you? I said, I'm at my house. She said, I'm coming. Then she came with the patches. And she looked at my knee. She said, Adelaide, what's going on? I said, I don't know. Tell me something. I want us to talk about what you wanted me to hear in December. She never wasted her time. Before she could explain, she patched on my knee. And I want to go back to all the leaders who are giving us a presentation all the time. They normally say, our bodies are not the same. Really, our bodies are not the same. That patch Mary patched on that day, it worked. In the morning Friday, I called her, Mary, where do we start now? Because your magic patch has done something to me. She said, okay, Adelaide, I have to sign you up. And she signed me up. She explained everything to me. I said, don't waste time, sign me up. She signed me up. Monday, I received my patches, and I am where I am today because of those patches. So what I want to say and share with you guys is like, in all the network marketing that I've gone through, this is the best. Yes. Here we are not going to work hard. We are working smart. Why I'm saying this? Because there's no way where you can share something that one can see or hear that this thing is helping you and persist on it. And let us not give up. Let us work smart with a passion. And LifeWave is LifeWave. I'm not going to mention other network marketing that I've done, but LifeWave is LifeWave. Let's work smart, all of us. Thank you so much.
Our next presenter, yes, what a lady. Moses spoke about it being a marathon, not a sprint. And our next presenter has actually run. Comrades, 2 Oceans, and the London Marathon. And not only does she keep running, but she also has had 3 sorbet franchises with over 90 staff. This lady knows how to run a business, not only her life. So could you please put it up for our great and fabulous friend, Sandy Ashfield.
Hello everyone, wow. I'm gonna guess by a show of hands that most people in this room have either read or heard about or seen The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Dr. Stephen Covey.
Yeah.
Right? This isn't a book about tips and tricks and techniques about effectiveness. This is a time-tested guide to building character. Now, we could not hope, and I actually feel emotional, for a more powerful testimony to character than the one that Chris has shared with us this morning. So yes, another round of applause for Chris. That's all about character. And character alone gives us the energy, the know-how, and the courage to pursue any opportunity that we set our sights on, as well as the ability to prevail over any challenges that arise. Because character is a composite of our habits. Now, habits are nothing more than the consistent and often unconscious patterns that express our character and in turn produce our effectiveness or our ineffectiveness. So we really want to think about what Aristotle says. We are what we repeatedly do, right? We are what we repeatedly do. So in our habits lies the key to self-mastery. In our habits, we hold in our hands the ability to become the creative force in our lives. So let's take a look at Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Now, the first habit is probably the most important one, and that is be proactive. When we talk about proactivity, very often we get caught up in a reactive mindset, which focuses on the circle of concern. Now you'll notice that in our circle of concern, everything sits there from the weather, politics, the economy, even other people's opinions about us. And if we get caught up in that circle of concern, it can be paralyzing. Proactive people place their focus in their circle of influence. The circle of influence are the things that we have control over. Our attitude, our education, the skills that we can learn, our enthusiasm even, our habits and our hobbies. And this is an opportunity for us to actually be writing our own destiny. When we become proactive, this is actually our response to the things that we have control over. I've lost my clicker, sorry. You know, this is two young guys written an exam at school. They both failed. One will say, our teacher is no good. The other one will say, I could have worked a little bit harder. I've only got myself to blame. So the key here is act or be acted upon. Focus on what you can control and take responsibility. Habit 2, begin with the end in mind, is all about writing your life story. What do you want for yourself in life? And where do you want to be in 5 or 10 or 15 years' time? The very most important thing in habit 2 is to write it down. Write it down. I was so inspired when Lucinda actually shared with me that on this journey to Senior Presidential Director, Chris had actually written down that goal. And it wasn't in one place, it was on the mirror where he shaves in the morning. It was in the car where he sees it on the windscreen. It was on the fridge if they open the fridge for a snack. Chris wanted to be the first Senior Presidential Director in South Africa, and that goal was written down visibly everywhere so that they could see it. So beginning with the end in mind, write it down. This is where we write the program for our lives, and habit 3 is where we actually make that program happen. The way that we do that is by putting first things first. Now, it's so interesting because very often we get distracted, and we get distracted by things that are urgent, things that are important. When we've got that burst geyser, we have to drop everything and we have to attend to that. But Stephen Covey actually gives us this wonderful matrix where he explains that there are going to be urgent and important things all the time in our lives. We need to make sure that we're positioning ourselves effectively for the outcomes that are important to us. Quadrant 1, there are 4 quadrants over here, and you can see that in the first quadrant, these things are both urgent and important. They demand our immediate attention, and we need to drop what we're doing and we need to attend to them. We can't spend a long time in quadrant 1 because really these are the firefighting daily things that we need to tick off or delegate quickly. Where we want to spend the majority of our time as effective people is in quadrant 2. Quadrant 2 activities are activities that are not urgent, but they are important. Those are the activities that allow us to do the critical planning and achieve the outcomes that are of importance to moving us towards the goals that we have set. We spend far too much time in quadrants 3 and 4 because these are interruptions, really. They are interruptions. If we look at quadrant 3, things that are urgent and not important to us are an interruption set with somebody else, for example, on the phone. What I have found to be very effective for myself is actually to get a timer. You know those hourglass timers where sand runs through the hourglass? A 1 hour timer. And you know, when I turn that timer on my desk, I don't let anything interrupt that hour. That is my hour for making my phone calls, for following up where I need to do. And using that hourglass to protect that hour stops all the quadrant 3 stuff that comes in the form of interruptions. Quadrant 4 are places where are the things that we do just for entertainment and for relaxation. Those are things that are not important and not urgent. So really, it's about planning and preparation in quadrant 2. Now, when we look at the habits, the first 3 habits that I've described are the most important habits of all. Be proactive, begin with the end in mind, and then put first things first. These 3 things are private victories. They have nothing to do with anyone else. They are your own private victories. And they move us from a place of being dependent to a place of being independent. A place where we have actually decided for ourselves how we're going to govern our time. That is self-mastery. And the next 3 habits are how we relate to others. Now, from those first 3 habits, moving to independence, as we relate to others, we actually realize that our ability to engage with other people successfully puts us into a position of interdependence, where we actually are working synergistically with others around us. Habit 4, think win-win, is all about working with an abundance mentality, approaching our interactions with a way that gives us an opportunity for mutual benefit. And in LifeWave, it is all about win-win, because as we are sharing this opportunity with others, we too are benefiting from them becoming part of the LifeWave family. And we're seeing that the incredible enhancement in their lives and their well-being, as well as their ability to become part of this wonderful family around the world. But that win-win mentality requires an abundance mindset. I love to think of the beautiful win-win where I, for example, present here in Bryanston at Jan's beautiful home. And Jan does a beautiful tea and she hosts us all and she takes care of all of that so that I can take care of the presentation. And it's a beautiful win-win. We're not even on the same downlines and we love it. It's just wonderful to be able to have that approach. Is a win-win mindset. Habit 5 is seek first to understand and then to be understood. How often do we sit down ready to tell people what these patches can do for them? We do it. How often do we forget to listen? Let's just listen first to what actually needs to be heard. Seeking first to understand changes the outcome of our interactions. Stephen Covey talks about climbing onto a bus and seeing a whole lot of disruption going on. 3 children behaving so badly, one of them crying, the other one very aggressive, the other one just behaving badly, and he goes up to the father of these children and he says, your kids are disturbing everyone on the bus. Could you not get them under control? And the dad looks at him and he says, I'm so sorry, my wife has just passed away and I don't know what to do. What happened in that moment is that any irritation, any anger towards this man turned into compassion immediately, sympathy, kindness. So when we seek first to understand, it changes our response to that situation. Then we have habit 6, which is all about synergy. This is about celebrating our differences and actually making them the strength amongst us. None of us have the same values. None of us have the same talents. None of us have the same giftings. But when we bring all of those together and celebrate the differences that we have amongst us, we are all so much stronger for it. So, valuing the opinions and the perspectives of others really allow us all to be richer as a result. And habit 7, we are actually very importantly reminded with habit 7 about the sustainability of what we do. Because habit 7 is sharpen the saw. Now, have you ever been too busy driving to stop and put petrol in? That's happened to me. You know, when we forget to sharpen the saw, we actually forget about our own self-preservation. And what's important to remember is that you are the goose. You are the goose that lays the golden egg. So if you don't look after the goose, it's not going to be sustainable. We have to think about every single one of the 5 important aspects of our lives. Our mental, physical, spiritual, emotional, and financial well-being. And we need to stop and ensure that we are taking care of the goose. Because sometimes we can wear ourselves out too quickly, and that's not going to be good for anybody. So Stephen Covey's brilliance in distilling this into 7 habits. The first 3, be proactive, begin with the end in mind, and put first things first, are your private victories. Those are the victories that you have with yourself. Habits 4, 5, and 6 are the public victories that we have in our interactions with others. Think win-win. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. And habit 6, which is synergy. Habit 7, sharpen the saw, is our reminder to look after the goose that lays the golden egg. So by taking responsibility for our lives and creating the plan, living the plan, writing the plan down, we are what we repeatedly do. And our daily habits are actually the key to self-mastery. Thank you.
Wow! LifeWave South Africa in the house! Yes! Hey!